If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 1. Meeting Yahweh in Danmachi. Number, please, consider reviewing this fanfic. Thanks and appreciate all who support me. Number, enjoy. Equals. I agree, isn't it enough that I agree? Leaning against the dirty trap, Goddess Yahweh finally gave in and agreed to the young man's request outside the trap. As a goddess who had lived for billions of years and was undefeated in the battle games of the heavenly realm, Yahweh had grown bored and decided to imitate other gods by sealing her holy power and descending to the lower world to try out the game that had been all the rage among the gods for millennia. However, she never expected that upon her arrival in the human world, she would be trapped and forced by the young man who set the trap to join his familia. As a proud goddess, Yahweh should have righteously rejected this common boy, and she tried to do so. After all, she had imagined that the members of her familia would at least be able to take care of themselves. The boy before her was clearly unsuitable. But staring at the pancake in the boy's hand, the now powerless and hungry goddess could no longer hold out. Really? Hearing the goddess' response, the boy's eyes lit up and he nearly jumped up in excitement. After sitting for so long while facing the goddess, his legs were numb and he almost fell over. Nevertheless, his face was full of a smile. The boy's name was Mika, a country boy who lived in the villages surrounding Orario. He was also a transmigrator. In his previous life, Mika, then known as Mika, was playing Honkai Impact 3rd when everything went black and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was a newborn baby. Through diligent learning, Mika quickly mastered the language and understood the world around him. He had transmigrated to the world of the anime. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon, born in its central city, Orario? In this world, the gods seal their sacred power and form familias to protect themselves, granting their familia members the power known as Falna. With the potential unlocked by Falna, adventurers grow stronger through their battles in the dungeon and eventually become heroes. Mika's parents were members of a familia in Orario. Normally, Mika would join his parents' familia and adventure with them when he grew up. However, Mika lived with his grandfather outside of Orario and had not seen his parents since he was 6 years old. When his grandfather died 2 years ago, Mika was orphaned. He wanted to go to Orario, but because of his young age, his grandfather's friend, the village elder, prevented him from leaving. Mika was only 10 years old at the time. After some negotiation, Mika was allowed to go to Orario at the age of 15, when he would have basic self-defense skills. Mika was unhappy, but he couldn't refuse the elder who had watched him grow up. After meeting the goddess who had fallen into his trap, Mika saw a way to free himself from his limitations. By joining her familia and becoming an adventurer, he would gain the power to protect himself. After confirming that the goddess wouldn't go back on her word, Mika quickly pulled her out of the trap and carefully led her home. He didn't want the village elder to find out and ruin his plans. Once home, Mika quickly took off his shirt, exposing his back for the goddess to inscribe the Falna. You are really eager. Of course, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Though hungry, the goddess Yahweh felt invigorated seeing Mika's eager and hopeful eyes. Despite the coercion involved in Mika's joining, Yahweh didn't want to disappoint her first familia member. In that case, let's begin. Although this was her first time inscribing a Falna, Yahweh was well versed in the process from the gods who had returned to the heavens. As the holy blood formed the Falna, symbolizing the contract between Mika and Yahweh, Mika's surroundings suddenly changed. He disappeared from his room and appeared in a starry sky. Where is this? He reached out to touch the starlight, which emitted a brilliant glow. The next moment, Mika disappeared from the starry sky as his vision was overtaken by the light. Where is this? Surveying his surroundings, Mika was shocked. He was in a silvery forest, with snow constantly falling and cold winds blowing. Naked from the waist up, Mika shivered as the wind chilled him. Did I transmigrate again? Mika's face darkened. Although transmigration wasn't new to him, the harsh environment was overwhelming. He knew he had to act quickly to avoid freezing to death. Before he could do anything, the thought of wanting to go home made him disappear again, this time from the snowy forest. Am I back? Feeling the warmth and familiar surroundings, Mika was overjoyed. But a questioning voice made him break into a cold sweat. Did you just disappear? Slowly turning around, Mika faced the questioning gaze of the goddess Yahweh. After a moment of silence, he told her everything about his recent experience. Despite the less than honorable means he had used to join her familia, he wanted no secrets between himself and his goddess. A world-traveling ability? And it doesn't show up on the fauna. Although it is hard to believe, I have seen it with my own eyes. Is this the potential and mystery of mortals? Hearing Mika's story, Yahweh's eyes sparkled. Although Mika was her only family member, such a unique ability was extraordinary. She felt like she had hit the jackpot. Seeing the goddess's delighted smile, Mika, who was still cold, just wanted a hot bowl of soup. Putting on his shirt, Mika went to the kitchen and asked, "Yahweh-sama, are you hungry? I can cook something for you." "Yes, I want something delicious." The goddess' loud call brought her back to reality. "I haven't eaten since I descended to the human world. I'm so hungry." Yahweh. Regarding the name of his goddess, Mika felt a strong sense of déjà vu. After all, in Mika's previous life, Yahweh was the one and only god of Western Catholicism, known as the most widely believed god in the West. But in this world, God was actually a goddess. However, when Mika thought that Hephaestus from Greek mythology and Loki from Norse mythology were also goddesses in this world, he quickly accepted the reality. Originally, Mika had a slight reverence for this god, but now he felt nothing. After all, in the face of hunger, a god who had sealed her holy power was no different from him. So Mika and Yahweh, who had just formed a family, sat together and enjoyed the beauty of food. At the dinner table, the two, who were a bit unfamiliar at first, gradually got to know each other and learned more about each other. They discussed the future of their family and set great goals. The more they talked, the more satisfied they became with each other. The next day, Mika, who had just woken up, was already prepared. Today, according to the plan he and his goddess had made, would be the day he would explore another world. Mika's face was full of excitement and anticipation. "Calm down. Based on yesterday's experiment, you cannot take me to another world, so you must stay calm and not act too impulsively." Handing Mika the hunting knife beside her, the goddess Yahweh reminded him repeatedly. Obviously, she was very worried that someone as young as Mika might act rashly and do something that would lead to an irreparable situation and endanger his life. "Rest assured, Yahweh-sama, I will not act impulsively." Mika's face was filled with determination. After all, in terms of mental age, he was a college student in his previous life. "All right then, do your best." At that moment, Yahweh, who could only choose to believe in Mika, nodded heavily. "Then I'll go." With his consciousness immersed in his mind, Mika once again arrived at that starry sky and, looking at the single point of starlight, he extended his hand without hesitation. In the next moment, Mika's figure disappeared into the starry sky. White snowflakes continued to fall, and as he laboriously walked in the snow, Mika constantly observed his surroundings. At this time, just like the last time he entered, it was still daylight. But considering the speed of time between the two worlds, Mika did not know how much time had passed since his last entry. Had it been an hour or two? Or 1 or 2 days? Mika did not know. The only thing he knew was that he had to find signs of human habitation. Is that a road? After some exploring, Mika quickly discovered traces of a road. Though the road was covered in snow, the surrounding trees were obviously spaced apart here, and at a glance one could see the marks of a path through the forest. Obviously, there had once been a passage that connected the top of the mountain with the bottom. But as he approached, Mika quickly noticed something unusual. In addition to footprints, there were drops of blood on the path. Is someone injured? Looking at the chaotic footprints on the ground and the dripping blood, Mika, who had learned some hunting skills from the hunters in the village, guessed that someone was carrying an injured person down the mountain for treatment. It's been snowing all day, and the blood hasn't been covered yet, which means they're not far from me, and there should be a human settlement at the foot of the mountain. Thinking this, Mika quickly followed the tracks on the ground towards the foot of the mountain. The destination is the human settlement at the foot of the mountain, but if I meet the injured, I should help them if I can. With this thought, Mika's speed increased. But soon, Mika's steps were forced to stop when he noticed that the footprints on the ground suddenly disappeared at a certain point, and the tracks on the ground pointed to a slope on one side. Did something happen? Without much thought, Mika changed his destination and ran down the slope. As a boy who grew up in a village environment where everyone helped each other, helping the weak was a good habit that Mika had developed in his life. As he slid down the slope, Mika saw a shocking scene. A samurai holding a katana was actually stabbing a girl he had in his grasp, and the girl, despite her constant struggle, could not escape his grip. On the other side of the two, a boy was kneeling on the ground, begging for the samurai's forgiveness. Is this a brother and sister being chased by a samurai? Japan? Sengoku period. At that moment, countless thoughts flooded Mika's mind. The katana that radiated a sense of familiarity had already told him where this place belonged. A samurai casually slaughtering villagers? Considering this place to be from the Sengoku period, Mika did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised the crossbow he had already prepared. This was a weapon prepared for him by the hunters who often delivered game to Orario. After all, he was still young and couldn't draw a strong bow. Therefore, the crossbow was more suitable for him at that time. And this time it became Mika's deadly weapon to explore another world. After all, Orario's crossbows were not used to deal with humans or animals, but to supplement the firepower of the adventurer's logistics personnel and to deal with monsters. As such, the power of Orario's crossbows was far beyond what ordinary crossbows in a mundane world could compare to. Whoosh! The strong recoil made Mika's body shake slightly, but it did not affect his aim. Mika aimed directly at the head of the samurai who was stabbing the girl. As a veteran gamer who had dominated shooting games, Mika had a special obsession and pursuit for headshots. Die, cold-blooded samurai! As he watched the arrow quickly approaching the back of the samurai's head, Mika couldn't help but shout in his heart. But at that moment, the targeted samurai suddenly turned around and struck down the arrow aimed at his head with an extremely odd angle and speed. Whoa! Before Mika could think, he reflexively fell to the ground, rolled over and hid behind a tree to escape the samurai's sharp gaze. Even an ordinary samurai has such strength, what a dangerous world this is. Remembering the samurai's swift movements, Mika's heart immediately filled with the desire to retreat. As the saying goes, when one is poor, one should guard one's virtue, but when one is rich, one should help the world. Mika was happy to help others when he had the opportunity, but he clearly couldn't handle this situation. If he didn't run away now, when would he? Just as Mika was about to slip away, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him, the guy who was hiding and shooting arrows, come out. Hearing this cold voice, Mika's body trembled slightly. He never expected to face such a life and death crisis right after crossing over. However, unlike the panic he felt when he first hid, Mika's eyes were now filled with calm after being discovered. Since he couldn't escape, he would face it head-on. Consciousness began to connect with the starry sky in his mind, his fingers steadily loading the crossbow, and he gripped the hunting knife tightly in its sheath. Slowly, Mika stepped out from behind the tree, mentally prepared. He had only one shot. If he missed, he would flee immediately. Flee where? Of course, back to his own world, back home. Therefore, with one way out, Mika remained extremely calm. He slowly approached the cold-blooded samurai, ready to find his weakness and deal him a fatal blow. But as he approached, Mika's originally calm mind began to collapse. The reason? It was because the scene before him was full of déjà vu. Had I seen this girl somewhere before? Nonsense! This thought was immediately pushed to the back of Mika's mind, and what followed was the overlapping of fantasy and reality. He had seen this scene before. A boy with a scar on his forehead, kneeling on the ground. A girl who kept screaming but couldn't make a sound. And a samurai boy with a calm expression holding a katana. Isn't this the opening scene of the hot-blooded anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, also known as Blade of Demon Destruction? So the cold-blooded samurai he attacked earlier was the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Gyutomyoka? Chapter 2 Mika's Determination, Joining the Demon Slayer Corps. The anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba tells the story of the battle between man-eating demons and the Demon Slayer Corps during Japan's Taisho period. Unlike ordinary humans, demons have long lifespans, strong bodies, rapid recovery abilities, and extraordinary blood demon arts. Except for their inability to bask in sunlight, these demons could be considered perfect beings. On the other hand, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps fight with breathing techniques and swordsmanship. They are ordinary people with mortal bodies. Therefore, the battle between humans and demons is extremely cruel. A demon. Confusion filled with astonishment echoed from Mika's mouth as his face showed an expression of disbelief. Seeing Mika's expression, the water Hashira Gyutomyoka understood what had happened. The other party must have misunderstood him earlier. Just as Gyu was about to explain, the demonized girl he had been holding suddenly broke free and rushed at the boy lying on the ground. damn. As an experienced member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Jiyu knew this very well. After losing too much blood, the demonized girl had fallen into a state of starvation. In this state, demons lose all rationality and will bite anyone nearby, even their relatives. From his current position, Jiyu realized that he might not be able to safely save the boy he had knocked down. However, much to Jiyu's regret, the girl did not bite the boy, but instead protected him. She then lunged at Jiyu as if to defeat the one who had hurt the boy. However, she was soon knocked unconscious. Still, the water Hashira was deeply shocked by the demonized girl's behavior. A demon with reason. The voice came from Mika, who was standing behind Jiyu. Ever since he was summoned, he had stood there and watched everything unfold. I am truly sorry for my earlier attack. I thought you were a dirty samurai bullying a girl. You must be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Realizing the situation, Mika seized the opportunity to try to join the Corps and began his performance. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Mika continued as if unaware, I've been looking for your tracks. My name is Mika. I was originally a hunter in the mountains, but one day I escaped an attack by a demon because I was out selling game. Since then, I have been wandering in search of demons and the legendary Demon Slayer. Can I join the Demon Slayer Corps? Looking into Mika's bright eyes and examining his young appearance, the usually silent Jiyu Tomioka finally spoke weakly, a crossbow won't be of much use against demons. I know, but I have no other weapon. It's just a matter of life and death, we're all going to die sooner or later, right? Hearing Mika's answer, Jiyu's heart was moved again. He knew that letting a boy like Mika wander around would inevitably lead to his death at the hands of demons. With this thought, this water Hashira, whose heart was as gentle as his cold exterior, made a decision. Seeing that the other party had become silent again, Mika closed his mouth, leaned against a tree trunk and began to think about the current situation. Soon, the boy who had been knocked down woke up. As soon as he woke up, he looked around anxiously, searching for his sister. When he saw his sister lying safely beside him, the boy finally relaxed. Seeing the boy awake, Jiyu Tomioka, who had been lost in thought, suddenly said, Go visit the old man named Sakonji Urokodaki who lives in the Sakonji Mountains. Tell him that Jiyu Tomioka sent you. It's not sunny right now, so there shouldn't be a problem, but don't expose your sister to the Sunday. After saying that and looking at Mika and the siblings, Jiyu disappeared from the spot. Unlike the confused boy, Mika, who understood the situation from Jiyu's words, couldn't help but smile. This way, he would be able to learn the breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Thinking this, Mika went over to the confused boy and helped him up. How are you? You were the one who shot the arrow and saved Nezuko. Because of the positioning, the boy had seen Mika's actions clearly. Therefore, he was grateful to Mika. At that time, I thought that the other party was an evil, cold-blooded samurai, so I acted impulsively. By the way, my name is Mika. What's yours? My name is Tanjiro Kamado, and this is my sister, Nezuko Kamado. It really is him. Mika thought to himself. Who would have thought that this ordinary charcoal seller would become the strongest swordsman to kill the Demon King Muzan in the future? Remembering Tanjiro Kamado's gentle nature from the anime, Mika's eyes filled with warmth. Who wouldn't want to be friends with such a person? Nezuko turned into a demon, right? Yes. Tanjiro's expression visibly darkened, obviously deeply affected by this event. But he quickly regained his composure, remembering his exchange with Jiyu Tomioka, and said firmly, I will find a way to turn Nezuko back into a human. In that case, we must go to Sakonji Mountain. Looking at the overcast sky, Mika said quietly. Mika then introduced Tanjiro Kamado to some information about the Demon Slayer Corps and helped him understand the purpose of going to Sakonji Mountain. That is, to find a master. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps in this world rely on breathing techniques and swordsmanship to fight demons. Breathing techniques can unleash their physical potential, gradually pushing their bodies to their limits. And swordsmanship gives them the means to fight even demons with blood demon arts. These two are the core of the Demon Slayer Corps. Therefore, only by completing the training in breathing techniques and swordsmanship, and passing the Corps' selection, can one become a qualified member of the Demon Slayer Corps. The teachers who train novices in breathing and swordplay are called trainers in the Demon Slayer Corps. These instructors, former members of the Corps, work tirelessly in various regions to cultivate new talents. Sakonji Urokodaki, the former water Hashira who trained Jiyu Tomioka, is the trainer Jiu pointed them to in the Sagiri Mountains. Everything is ready. Packing the food and luggage she had prepared with Tanjiro Kamado, Mika looked at Tanjiro, who was carrying his sister in a box, and asked gently, "Do you want to have another look?" Tanjiro shook his head. "I have looked many times in the last few days. Now, I must find a way to turn Nezuko back into a human and raise her." With that, Tanjiro Kamado's eyes became even more determined. "The next time I return, it will be with Nezuko, walking proudly under the Sunday. You will definitely succeed." Inspired by Tanjiro Kamado's determination, Mika said seriously. As they walked briskly along the path in the fields, exhaustion could be seen on Mika and Tanjiro's faces. However, their eyes still sparkled with excitement. Before, both Mika and Tanjiro were just young boys. Mika was 12 and Tanjiro was 13. Mika was learning to be a hunter, while Tanjiro was simply a charcoal seller. The two of them, who had never made such a long journey before, had faced numerous hardships along the way and finally arrived near Mount Sagiri today. "Let us rest and regain our strength. We may have to camp in the mountains tonight," Mika suggested. Tanjiro nodded, found a shady place to put down his box and sat down to rest. Mika took a canteen from his backpack and handed one to Tanjiro. While he drank, he looked around. They were not far from the Sagiri Mountains and there were probably some villagers nearby. However, there was no need to stay with the villagers since they were looking for Sakonji Urokodaki who lived in the mountains. Spending the night in the mountains was unavoidable, even though it was dangerous. "Tanjiro, once we enter the mountains, you must stay alert and aware of your surroundings." "I understand." Through Mika's explanations, Tanjiro had become well aware of the danger and cruelty of the demons, which made him afraid. "Mika, do you really think there's a way to turn demons back into humans?" Obviously, after hearing from Mika that there were almost no cases of demons turning back into humans, even someone as gentle and optimistic as Tanjiro was filled with worry. "How should I know?" Mika replied calmly, looking at the distant mountains and feeling the breeze. "I only know that paths are made by the people who walk them. If no one walks, no paths are made. And we just have to keep walking towards our goal." Turning to look at Tanjiro sitting on the ground, Mika put down his water bottle and shouldered his backpack again. "Let's go, keep moving forward." "Yes." Unlike before, Tanjiro's face now showed a smile, brightened by Mika's words. "Let's go to Mount Sagiri." "Mount Sagiri, you say?" "Just over the mountain in front of us." "But it's getting late, isn't it too dangerous to enter the mountain at this hour?" a nearby woman kindly advised when she heard Tanjiro's question. "There have been many disappearances in this area recently. Be careful." "Don't worry, we can handle any danger," Tanjiro replied gently, dismissing her concern. He had already decided to camp in the mountains, carrying his sister's box and moving forward, with Mika following closely behind. In dealing with strangers, Mika was not as adept as Tanjiro, so tasks like asking for directions or lodging were done by Tanjiro. "Take care," the woman called as they left. "Thank you." With the worried looks of the villagers upon them, Mika and Tanjiro began their climb up the mountain. According to the villagers, there are either wild beasts or demons in this mountain, which explains the frequent disappearances, Mika said from the back of the group. "Then we have to be very careful," Tanjiro replied, holding his sister Nezuko's hand. As the sun set and darkness fell, Nezuko, who had stayed in the box during the day, was now outside, easing Tanjiro's burden. "Don't worry too much, our fighting power isn't low," Mika reassured. Of the three, the demonized Nezuko was undoubtedly the strongest, so encounters with ordinary demons were nothing to fear. In the original story, Tanjiro and his sister were about to face a relatively ordinary demon. Nevertheless, Mika mentally prepared strategies for dealing with the demon, knowing Tanjiro's kind-hearted nature. "I smell blood. This path is too treacherous, someone might get hurt." With that, the boy and girl dashed towards the temple ahead. "I knew it," Mika sighed, rubbing his forehead before quickly following them. Loaded with equipment, Mika struggled to keep up with the siblings' pace. When Mika arrived at the temple, he saw Tanjiro pinned down by a demon and Nezuko staring at the bodies inside. Without hesitation, Mika drew his crossbow and shot at the demon's head. "Someone else is here." Sensing the threat of Mika's weapon, the demon tried to dodge, but the bolt was too fast. It missed the head but pierced the demon's neck, knocking it off Tanjiro. "Don't hesitate, Tanjiro. Grab your axe and prepare to fight." "Yes." Even though he had heard about the horrors of demons from Mika, seeing one get up with an arrow in its neck shook Tanjiro. In contrast, Mika remained eerily calm, drawing a hunting knife and charging at the demon. The arrow didn't kill the demon, but it hindered its movements and recovery. Seizing the moment, Mika decapitated the demon with his knife and kicked its head towards Tanjiro. The demon isn't dead yet. The head is yours, Tanjiro. Mika then stomped on the demon's body, firing bolts into its limbs and torso, pinning it to the ground. Damn it, let me go. I'll kill you. Before Mika could catch his breath, the demon's head cursed from behind him. Turning around, he saw that Tanjiro had pinned it to a tree with an axe. Looks like it's over. Slowly exhaling, Mika's body began to tremble, not with fear, but with excitement. The thrill of fighting on the edge of life and death was something Mika found exhilarating, a feeling he might never forget. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, also excited by the battle, noticed something strange about Nezuko and quickly brought her back. Then he approached the demon's head with a small knife. Are you going to deliver the final blow? Mika wondered as he watched Tanjiro hesitate. Just then, a voice came from behind. You can't deal the final blow. A warrior with a Tengu mask appeared behind Tanjiro. Mika's eyes lit up with joy as he recognized the old man before them as Sakonji Urokodaki, the former water hashira and trainer recommended by the current water hashira, Gyutomyoka. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 3: A Test of Strength and Will. Then what should I do? Don't ask others about such things. Think for yourself. Looking at the confused Tanjiro, Urokodaki Sakonji, the mentor, showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Too gentle, even in the face of demons. One who hesitates in a battle between humans and demons won't survive long. Ever since Mika, Tanjiro, and Nezuko had encountered the demon, Urokodaki Sakonji had been watching their every move from nearby. He was very pleased with Mika's decisive actions. But Tanjiro's hesitation disappointed him a bit. With Urokodaki Sakonji's reminder, Tanjiro picked up a stone from the ground, intending to crush the demon's head with it. But when he saw the demon's head struggling, he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to do it. It was only when the sun rose and the captured demon turned to ash in the sunlight that Tanjiro relented and retreated in panic. After witnessing the demon's end with his own eyes, he immediately thought of his sister. Nezuko. Don't worry, I've already taken care of Nezuko. Mika, who had already put Nezuko back into the box, came out of the temple and said softly. Mika didn't interfere with Urokodaki Sakonji's test for Tanjiro, because these were obstacles that Tanjiro had to overcome on his own. Whether Urokodaki Sakonji would take Tanjiro as a disciple was already clear in the original story, so Mika didn't have to worry about it. That's great. Clutching his chest, Tanjiro relaxed visibly. Then he looked around, searching for the warrior in the Tengu mask who had suddenly appeared. Over here. Unlike Tanjiro, who was engrossed in his difficult decision, Mika was quietly watching from the side. Led by Mika, the two approached the side of the temple and saw the Tengu elder who had buried the dead. Hello? Tanjiro asked somewhat nervously in front of the praying Tengu elder. My name is Urokodaki Sakonji. You were introduced by Tomioka Jiu, right? Yes, my name is Mika. In response to Urokodaki Sakonji's question, Mika replied quickly. My name is Kamatu Tanjiro, and the one in the temple is my sister, Kamatu Nezuko. Seeing this, Tanjiro quickly pointed to himself and the temple and introduced them. Tanjiro. Urokodaki Sakonji turned around and looked at the nervous Tanjiro. What will you do if your sister eats humans? Ah! Obviously confronted with a question he had never considered before, Tanjiro was instantly shocked and overwhelmed. But before he could get into a dilemma, Urokodaki Sakonji stepped forward and slapped him awake with the correct answer. You are too slow in making decisions. Why didn't you deal the final blow to the demon at sunrise? Why didn't you answer my question right away? It's because your determination is not strong enough. If your sister eats people, the only thing you can do is to kill her and then commit seppuku. This is the reality you must face with a sister who has turned into a demon. But remember, don't let that happen. Yes. Remembering the stories Mika had told him about demons, Tanjiro's resolve gradually hardened. Humph, finally decisive for once. Compared to you, Mika seems to be much more mature. Looking at Mika, who had remained silent, Urokodaki Sakonji nodded in agreement. He knew that Mika had probably recognized him early on, and that was why he hadn't interfered with his test for Tanjiro. Of course, Mika is much stronger than me. Grateful for all the help Mika had given him, Tanjiro's words were full of gratitude. Mika, who had been watching silently for a long time, shook his head. His calmness was simply due to foresight. In terms of basic qualities, he might not be as good as Tanjiro. Alright, next I want to test if you have the qualities to become a demon hunter. Grab your luggage and follow me. Huff. 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 On the forest path, Mika continued to run, carrying his luggage. His breathing was very hard. Half a day had passed since they left. For half a day, he and Tanjiro had been following the footsteps of Urokodaki Sakonji without rest. His body was already exhausted. Now, he was running on willpower alone. This is killing me. Fortunately, I'm living in the countryside in this world. If I had grown up in the city like in my previous life, I wouldn't have been able to run for so long. Even though I was mentally prepared, this is too extreme. Can I really keep going? As his stamina waned, Mika's mind began to wander. Various thoughts rushed through his mind, flooding his consciousness. Then a thought suddenly surfaced and quickly took root in his mind. Should I go back to the Danmachi world, rest a bit, and then continue running? After all, they wouldn't find out. Although Mika hadn't returned there recently, he had explored the starry sky in his mind during the nights of rest and had gained some basic information. One of them was that Mika could adjust the flow of time between the two worlds, allowing him to spend as much time as he wanted in one while only a moment passed in the other. With this ability, he could easily return to the Danmachi world to rest, then come back and continue running. And Urokodaki Sakonji would never know. Everything seemed perfect, a seamless plan. But Mika couldn't make up his mind. Because in front of him, Tanjiro was still running, carrying the box with Nezuko, and Mika knew that Tanjiro could reach the destination. Compared to Mika's luggage, the box with Nezuko was much heavier. Even if Tanjiro was a year older, that didn't mean much. I said that Tanjiro's determination wasn't strong enough, but the truth is that I am the one who isn't strong enough. In his previous life, he was an ordinary student, and in this life, he was an ordinary country boy. Mika had never experienced anything that could change him. His heart had never been truly firm. Even though he once wished to go to Orario and become an adventurer, it was only a wish. I've only done so well before because of premonition, but there's no such thing as premonition in this world. There's more unknown than known in this world. What would I do if I faced the unknown I couldn't handle with an unfirm heart? Watching the boy running ahead of him, Mika's heart burned with determination. Tanjiro, are you tired? Of course I'm tired. Can you keep going? I can, don't worry Mika, I won't be left behind, I'll make it. Kamatu Tanjiro's voice echoed with a roar. Obviously, in Tanjiro's mind, Mika must have an easy time of it. Slap. Mika slapped his face hard, his eyes becoming determined. No, Tanjiro, the one who won't be left behind is me. His inner flame ignited. Mika's eyes shone brightly. At that moment, Mika made up his mind, he would continue. He would not run away. Two can't go on, I'm going to die. Mika lay on the ground, completely exhausted, unable to muster any more strength. After a day of traveling, Mika and Tanjiro finally followed Sakonji Urokodaki to his home at dusk. As soon as they arrived, Mika collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Next to him, Tanjiro knelt in exhaustion, but with a satisfied smile on his face. That means Mika and I passed, right? Tanjiro asked naively when he saw Sakonji Urokodaki opening the door. The former water Hashira replied indifferently, this is just the beginning. Ah! Unlike the shocked Tanjiro, Mika knew that there would be more tests to come. But for now, he just wanted to get some sleep. He was completely exhausted. Damn it, in terms of stamina, the gap between Tanjiro and me, who's been helping his family sell charcoal since childhood, is too big. The previous journey had made Mika aware of the disparity in endurance between him and Tanjiro Kamatu. Although he had trained his body and honed his hunting skills, he had no significant advantage in stamina. On the other hand, Tanjiro, who had inherited the family charcoal selling business and had to take care of his mother and siblings, carried a full basket of charcoal down the mountain to sell every day. After many years of training, even adults couldn't match his stamina. Without such stamina, he wouldn't be able to carry his sister around. Lying quietly on the ground, lost in thought, Mika, who knew what would happen next, used all his free time to regain his stamina. Next to him, Tanjiro went to bring Mika's luggage into the house. After arranging his sister inside the house, he followed Sakonji Urokodaki out and came to Mika's side. Stamina is a weakness. Sakonji Urokodaki nodded slightly. Unlike the hesitant Tanjiro, Sakonji Urokodaki had already acknowledged the more determined Mika. In his eyes, endurance wasn't an issue because it could be trained. In his mind, Mika was already qualified, but he didn't announce it right away. He wanted to see how far Mika could go. Let's go. Now comes your real test. Upon hearing Sakonji Urokodaki's words, Mika immediately stood up. Compared to his previous exhausted appearance, Mika now stood as if he wasn't tired at all. Are you okay, Mika? Tanjiro asked worriedly when he saw Mika's pale face. It's okay. I won't collapse before I pass the test of the Demon Slayer Core. Despite his fatigue, Mika and Tanjiro followed Sakonji Urokodaki's footsteps up the mountain. Unlike before, their pace wasn't very fast this time. Sakonji Urokodaki gave them plenty of time to rest, knowing that what they would face next would be even more challenging. Even so, Mika and Tanjiro found the climb extremely painful. Both had already exhausted their stamina from the long run and were now relying on sheer willpower to keep from collapsing. So tired, my legs feel so heavy, my head is getting dizzy, the air here seems thin. Feeling the state of his body, Mika's understanding of his surroundings grew more complete. Unlike Tanjiro, who lived on a mountain and was accustomed to the thin air, Mika's home was on the plain. Therefore, he felt much worse in this harsh environment. Here we are. A sudden voice interrupted Mika's thoughts. Sakonji Urokodaki looked at them and said calmly, "Return to the hut from here, but I won't wait until dawn." With that, he disappeared into the mist. "Follow me, Mika." Tanjiro, who seemed to have found the way, looked pleased. "I think Mr. Urokodaki wants to test our ability to navigate through the fog. This is easy for me, with my keen sense of smell, I can clearly detect Mr. Urokodaki's scent." Surveying the surroundings, Tanjiro explained happily. For Tanjiro, who was eager to join the Demon Slayer Corps and gain the ability to fight demons, passing the test with ease was worth celebrating. "I'll leave it up to you." Unlike Tanjiro, Mika couldn't navigate through the fog, so he had to rely on Tanjiro. But he wouldn't rely on Tanjiro alone to pass the test. Aside from the fog, there are traps to be aware of. As a candidate test for the Demon Slayer Corps, it won't be that easy. "I understand, I'll be careful." Nodding earnestly, Tanjiro turned in the direction of Sakonji Urokodaki's lingering scent and began to run, Mika closely following. Soon, the true nature of the test became clear. Various traps began to attack Mika and Tanjiro from all directions. "Tanjiro, watch out!" "Yes." Knowing that there would be traps, Mika easily dodged the first wave of attacks, avoiding the flying stones and wood. Then, he deftly avoided the traps on the ground. Truth be told, these traps weren't difficult for Mika. Having been trained as a hunter, he excelled at setting traps, and as he learned to set them, his ability to detect them quickly improved. When he couldn't spot his own traps, Mika's trapping skills were considered adequate. But perhaps because it was training, Sakonji Urokodaki didn't set those traps too perfectly. But he didn't have to. Since Mika was running, he couldn't pay much attention to his surroundings. To make it back to the hut before sunrise, Mika had to run continuously. In this situation, the most important thing was to watch his step. Running down the mountain at high speed, he had to be careful not to trip and lose momentum. At this point, Mika was extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Even if he could recognize traps, he might not be able to avoid them safely. "Sorry, Mika, I might not be able to take care of you." Like Mika, Tanjiro, who was leading the way, was also exhausted and suddenly spoke with a tone full of apology and self-reproach. Maybe he had been thinking about how to help Mika all the time. But now, he could hardly take care of himself. Hearing Tanjiro's apologetic voice, Mika was furious. "Why apologize? This isn't your responsibility. The one who should apologize is me." In the face of Tanjiro's apology, Mika shouted, "Then don't worry about me. This isn't just your test, it's mine too. Charge ahead without looking back. I'll be right behind you. Don't underestimate me, I'm determined to join the Demon Slayer Corps." After shouting at Tanjiro, Mika gathered all his strength, accelerated and closed the gap between them. He didn't want to be left behind. Even if it made it harder to predict the location of the traps. But that didn't matter anymore. Can't avoid the traps? Then don't avoid them. Mika concentrated on the ground to avoid stumbling and losing speed. At the same time, he raised his hands a little closer to his head, even though it was painful to run like that. But Mika didn't care. He would use his hands to protect his head from being hit and knocked out, which would affect the test. And the rest of his body? It didn't matter. Even if he was seriously injured, as long as he wasn't killed, Mika would keep running until he returned to the cabin. Looking at the fog-covered path ahead of him and the Tanjiro who was constantly evading him, Mika's determination grew stronger. I will pass the test. Chapter 4 Demon Slayer Core, Training of Pain and Growth. In the small house at the foot of Mt. Sagiri, Urokodaki Sakonji's silhouette could be seen on the wall in the dim light of the oil lamp at night. At that moment, he was kneeling quietly in the room, silently watching Nezuko as she slept peacefully. At the same time, he was also waiting for the final result of the exam on the mountain. With his face hidden behind a Tengu mask, he kept wondering if Tanjiro would be able to return in time and if Mika would be able to hold out. He had no answers to these questions. Until the sound of disorderly footsteps echoed outside, his originally steady figure wavered slightly. With the sound of the wooden door opening, Kamatu Tanjiro, tattered and with scratches on his face, appeared before him. With a simple "I'm back," Tanjiro knelt on the ground, leaning on the door frame. Seeing this, Urokodaki Sakonji's heart couldn't help but waver. He changed his mind. This child has the qualities to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He stood up and looked at Kamatu Tanjiro, and just as he was about to make an announcement, Tanjiro's voice suddenly rang out. Please wait, Mr. Urokodaki, wait for Mika, he's right behind me. Tanjiro's face was filled with pleading. Mika? Will he be back before sunrise? According to Urokodaki Sakonji's understanding of Mika's physical condition, he wouldn't be able to return in time. In Urokodaki Sakonji's opinion, Mika's potential was even higher than Kamatu Tanjiro's, but due to different living conditions, his physical condition was temporarily inferior to Tanjiro's. In fact, he had already passed Urokodaki Sakonji's test. Allowing him to participate in this test was just to give him a taste of the challenges of the upcoming training. He had no expectation that Mika would return in time. After all, Urokodaki Sakonji had seen Mika's physical limitations. But in the face of Kamatu Tanjiro's pleading expression, he finally fell silent and waited for Mika's return. And so, after waiting in silence for more than 10 minutes, Urokodaki Sakonji suddenly said, "The sun is about to rise." As someone who had lived in these mountains for decades, Urokodaki Sakonji was well aware of the sunrise times for different periods. Upon hearing Urokodaki Sakonji's words, Tanjiro's expression became increasingly anxious. Previously, when faced with the difficult situation on the mountain, he had been too busy to help Mika, which filled him with regret. After all, in his heart, Mika had always helped him. Even when they didn't know each other, Mika was willing to shoot arrows at a powerful swordsman to help him and his sister, even risking his own life. This made him very remorseful, which led to the conversation on the mountain. Then Mika's roar made him realize that Mika didn't need his remorse, Mika could endure. With his trust in Mika, Tanjiro stopped looking back and concentrated on the test. Finally, before dawn, he returned to the small house. But Mika was no longer with him. When he heard Urokodaki Sakonji's message, he suddenly realized that Mika might be eliminated. Not knowing that Mika had already passed in Urokodaki Sakonji's mind, he became very frightened. Just as he was about to perform a doxa to beg Urokodaki Sakonji to give Mika another chance, a scraping sound suddenly came from outside the door. This sound was distinctly different from Tanjiro's previous footsteps. But still, this sound made the two people inside tremble. Mika. Tanjiro quickly turned to look outside and what he saw was Mika crawling on the ground with great difficulty. At this moment, Mika didn't even have the strength to walk. Moreover, his injuries were much worse than Tanjiro's. Seeing this, Tanjiro couldn't help but burst into tears and hurriedly went to support Mika. Looking at Tanjiro's excited face, Mika proudly said, "Didn't I tell you? I won't be left behind by you. I successfully crawled back." "Yes." Tanjiro nodded heavily. The next moment, both Mika and Tanjiro looked at Urokodaki Sakonji, who had left the house. The Tengu mask covered his face, making it impossible to read his expression. Feeling their expectant gaze, Urokodaki Sakonji solemnly replied, Mika, Kamatu Tanjiro, I acknowledge both of you. With Urokodaki Sakonji's recognition, the sun slowly rose and shed its glorious light on the three of them. Mika and Tanjiro smiled brightly in the light. All their hard work had paid off. They had both passed the test. The Demon Slayer Corps has about 100 members, an organization not officially recognized by the government, but it has existed since ancient times and continues to hunt demons to this day. And as for the demons hunted by the Demon Slayer Corps, no one knows how they came to be. We only know that their main food is humans. In addition, their physical abilities are incredibly strong. Even if they are injured, they can heal quickly. Even if their bodies are severed by sharp weapons, they can reconnect, and they can even grow new limbs. In addition, some demons have extraordinary abilities, such as changing their body size or powerful blood demon arts. They can only be truly killed by direct sunlight or decapitation with special weapons. Urokodaki Sakonji sat in front of Mika and Tanjiro and explained information about the Demon Slayer Corps and demons, helping them to understand how dangerous their world really was. Listening to this more detailed knowledge compared to what Mika had explained, Tanjiro's expression changed constantly. Seeing this, Mika nodded slightly. To hide his identity, Mika had only told Tanjiro some basic knowledge about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, talking too much could lead to mistakes. Considering Tanjiro's extraordinary sense of smell, Mika hadn't even mentioned the false identity he had once told Gyutomyoka. After all, the future Tanjiro would be able to detect lies by smell. In order to avoid lying and to hide some information, Mika had practically turned into a riddler. With Mika's and Tanjiro's expressions noted, Urokodaki Sakonji continued, unlike demons, members of the Demon Slayer Corps have to fight demons with their flesh and blood. They are ordinary people, and once their limbs are cut off, they cannot grow back. But even so, they continue to fight demons to protect humanity. And I am a trainer, the one who will train you to become qualified swordsman. In order to pass the test and join the Demon Slayer Corps, you must pass the final selection held on Mt. Fujikazan. Whether you can participate in the final selection will be determined by your strength as judged by me. To avoid being eaten by demons and becoming their food, you must train with the will to die. I will not hold back in any way. Yes, Mr. Urokodaki. Mika and Tanjiro answered in unison. Then rest well today and recuperate. Starting tomorrow, your good days are over. After giving them some instructions, Urokodaki Sakonji left the house. Inside, Mika and Tanjiro, both covered in wounds, looked at each other's sorry state and couldn't help but laugh out loud. For those who had already passed the test, no matter how difficult the challenges ahead, nothing could stop them. Their will had become as hard as steel through this trial. Unbreakable. The next day, around noon, Mika and Tanjiro followed Sakonji Urokodaki back up the mountain. Feeling the thin air and thick fog in the area, Mika's mind immediately recalled the tragic experience of the night before. Due to his lack of physical strength, he couldn't avoid many of the traps even when he spotted them, and had to endure them with his body. As a result, when he returned yesterday, he was covered with wounds. Even after using the special medicine given by Urokodaki, he could still feel a slight pain in his body. From today and for a long time to come, your training will involve repeatedly going down and up this mountain. Only when you can descend without a scratch will you move on to the next stage, Urokodaki announced before disappearing into the mist again. Descend without a scratch, hey. Even though Mika had expected this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The journey down the mountain had brought him some of his most painful memories so far. He really didn't want to experience such pain again, but he had no choice. If he wanted to learn the breathing techniques and swordsmanship, he had to pass this test. Let's go, Tanjiro. Yes, be careful, Mika. Don't worry. After a short exchange, Mika ran into the fog without hesitation. Unlike yesterday, Mika and Tanjiro were not on the same path down the mountain this time, which meant that Mika had no one to guide him. This didn't surprise Mika. After all, Urokodaki had trained many swordsmen before and it wasn't unusual for him to train several students at the same time. It made sense to have different ways. Without Tanjiro to show him the way, Mika wasn't afraid. He came here to train and improve. He could not rely on Tanjiro's keen sense of smell. He had to develop his own sense of smell. Bam! Struck by a flying log, Mika quickly got up and continued running. More and more traps followed. Unlike the traps from the previous night, these were more hidden and perfect, making them harder for Mika to detect quickly. His experience here was limited. He felt targeted. Without Tanjiro's keen sense of smell, Mika could only detect the traps when they were close. The fog obscured his vision, and as an ordinary person who relied on sight, Mika felt like he was in complete darkness. No, I can't go on like this. After falling into a pit for the umpteenth time, Mika lay there, looking at the darkening sky, deep in thought. This test of descending the trap-filled mountain is not only about training our physical strength, speed, and agility. It's also about training our perception of danger. Using fog to obscure our vision is to train us to develop other senses besides sight. Remembering Tanjiro's training from the original story, Mika let his thoughts flow freely and quickly felt that he understood everything. Unlike him, Tanjiro, with his naturally strong sense of smell, didn't need to develop a new sensory ability. His sense of smell was already the perfect ability to perceive danger. All he had to do was to train it further. But Mika was different. He was an ordinary person without Tanjiro's innate talent. He needed to develop a new danger perception ability. Among the 5 senses, hearing is the most sensitive after sight. Does this mean that I need to train my ability to locate by sound? Can I develop the ability to locate by sound? Looking at the stars above, Mika suddenly sat up. It's not about if I can, it's about if I want to. Climbing out of the pit, he looked at the fog-covered path ahead, closed his eyes, and started running again. This time he fell harder. Mika. Seeing Mika crawling out of the forest, Tanjiro, who was standing in front of the house, quickly ran over to help him up. Mika, how did you get injured so badly? Tanjiro examined Mika's bruises and swelling. Even though there was no bleeding, it was still frightening. The injuries seemed worse than what Tanjiro had suffered the night before. This shouldn't be. In Tanjiro's mind, Mika's severe injuries the night before were due to his exhaustion from running. Today, after resting and with full energy, Mika should have had an easier time. But that wasn't the case with Mika, which puzzled Tanjiro. Sakonji Urokodaki was also puzzled. He thought that Mika should have had an easier time today as well. I'm fine. Despite his wounds, Mika had a smile on his face. While running down the trap-filled path, he had closed his eyes halfway and after countless falls and blows, he had finally dodged a flying log. Whether it was a coincidence or not, it showed that Mika's idea might work. Even though he was hit again immediately afterwards, his smile never faded. At that moment, Mika felt an intense excitement. Urokodaki-sensei, I've found my way forward. Seeing Mika's eager eyes, Urokodaki, although not knowing what had happened, knew from his years of teaching how to react. If you've found it, then continue on this path. Yes. Seeing Mika's beaming face and sensing something from Urokodaki, Tanjiro, though confused, smiled with Mika. This scene only added to Urokodaki's confusion. It's getting late. Mika, go inside and eat your dinner. After dinner, have Tanjiro give you some medicine and get some rest. There's more training tomorrow. With that, Urokodaki turned and walked into the darkness. Yes. Mika replied seriously and went back into the house with Tanjiro's help. The next day, although he was still sore all over after waking up, Mika got up without hesitation, driven by his burning determination. After breakfast, he followed Urokodaki and Tanjiro to the mountain again. This time, he kept his eyes closed the whole way down. As a result, his injuries were worse than the day before. But that day, Mika successfully avoided 3 traps. In the following days, Mika repeated this training and endured different traps. His physical strength, speed, and agility improved significantly. But the most significant improvement was in his hearing. After more than a month of constant injury, Mika's hearing had developed to the point where he could avoid most traps. Although he couldn't descend unharmed like Tanjiro, he had become very strong. Tanjiro's naturally keen sense of smell had become even more formidable with training. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had moved on to the second phase of the mountain's descent, where he had to face even more cunning, faster, and more dangerous traps. In a way, Mika had been left behind by Tanjiro. But Mika wasn't afraid. He, too, was improving from moment to moment. Chapter 5 Forging Strength, Mika's training under Urokodaki. The next day, around noon, Mika and Tanjiro went up the mountain again under the guidance of Sakonji Urokodaki. Feeling the thin air and thick fog around him, Mika's mind immediately recalled the tragic experience of the night before. Due to a lack of physical strength, he couldn't avoid many of the traps he discovered and had to physically endure them, leaving him covered in injuries by the time he returned yesterday. Even with the special medicine Mr. Urokodaki gave him, he still felt slight pain in his body today. For today and for a long time to come, your training will involve repeatedly going up and down this mountain. Only if you can complete the descent without a scratch will you move on to the next stage, Urokodaki said before his figure disappeared into the mist. Coming down unscathed, hey! Even though Mika had expected this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The descent had brought him his most painful memories so far. He didn't want to go through that pain again, but he knew it was inevitable. In order to learn the breathing techniques and the swordsmanship, Mika had to pass this test. Let's go, Tanjiro. Yes, you be careful too, Mika. Don't worry. After exchanging a few words with Tanjiro, Mika ran resolutely into the fog ahead. Unlike the previous day, Mika and Tanjiro did not take the same path downhill this time, which meant that no one could lead the way for Mika. Mika wasn't surprised by this, as Urokodaki had trained many swordsmen in the past, and it wasn't uncommon for several swordsmen to be trained at the same time. Besides, without Tanjiro's guidance, Mika wasn't afraid. After all, he was here to train and improve himself. While Tanjiro had a strong sense of smell, Mika didn't have this ability. He had to develop his own sense of smell. Bam! Struck by a flying log, Mika quickly got up and continued running. More and more mechanisms and traps followed. Unlike the traps from the night before, these were more hidden and perfect, making them difficult for Mika to detect quickly. His experience was limited here and he felt targeted. Without Tanjiro's keen sense of smell, Mika could only detect the traps when they were close. The fog obscured his vision and made him feel like he was in the dark. I can't go on like this, Mika thought as he lay in a pit and looked at the darkening sky. This test of descending through traps isn't just about training our strength, speed, and agility, it's also about sharpening our perception of danger. Using the fog to obscure our vision is meant to train us to use other senses besides our eyes. Mika remembered Tanjiro's original training path and quickly understood everything. Unlike Mika, Tanjiro didn't need to develop new senses because he had a natural sense of smell. His sense of smell was his perfect ability to perceive danger. He just had to improve it. But Mika was different, he was just an ordinary person without Tanjiro's talents. He needed to develop a new sense of danger perception. Among the 5 human senses, hearing is the most sensitive after sight. So I have to train my ability to locate through sound, Mika thought. Can I do it? Looking at the stars above, Mika suddenly sat up and jumped out of the pit. It's not about if I can, but if I do. Climbing out of the pit, he closed his eyes and ran forward again. This time he fell even more miserably. Mika. Seeing Mika crawling out of the forest again, Tanjiro, who was waiting in front of the house, quickly ran over to help him. Mika, how did you get hurt so badly? Tanjiro examined Mika's bruises and swelling. Even though there was no bleeding, it still looked terrible. In Tanjiro's opinion, Mika's injuries were worse than the ones he had received the night before. Mika had been injured so badly the night before because he had exhausted his strength while running. After resting, with full strength, he should have found it easier today. But Mika's condition puzzled Tanjiro. Urokodaki, who was standing nearby, was also puzzled. I'm fine. Despite her wounds, Mika smiled. On the trap-filled path, after closing his eyes halfway, he finally dodged a flying log after countless hits and falls. It might have been a coincidence, but it showed that Mika's idea was feasible. Even though he was immediately hit again, his smile never faded. Mika felt a burning determination inside of him. Mr. Urokodaki, I've found my way forward. Seeing Mika's eager eyes, Urokodaki, though unsure of what had happened, knew how to respond. If you've found it, continue on this path. Yes. Seeing Mika's smiling face and Tanjiro's confused look, Urokodaki felt even more confused. It's getting late. Mika, go inside and have dinner. After dinner, let Tanjiro apply the medicine for you and rest immediately. There's training tomorrow. Yes. Mika replied seriously and returned to the house with Tanjiro's help. The next day, although he still felt sore after waking up, Mika got up without hesitation, driven by his burning passion. After breakfast, he followed Urokodaki and Tanjiro back to the mountain. This time, he kept his eyes closed all the way down. As a result, his injuries were worse than the day before. But that day, Mika managed to avoid 3 traps. In the following days, Mika repeated this training over and over again. Under the torture of various traps and mechanisms, his strength, speed, and agility improved significantly. More importantly, his hearing improved the most. After more than a month of constant injuries, Mika's hearing allowed him to avoid most of the traps. Although he wasn't as unharmed as Tanjiro, it was still impressive. Tanjiro's naturally keen sense of smell had become even more terrifying with training. At this point, Tanjiro had entered the second stage of the downhill training, where he was faced with even more tricky, fast, and dangerous traps. In a way, Mika was left behind by Tanjiro. But Mika wasn't worried because he was getting better by the moment. Ha! Standing on the fog-covered mountain, Mika took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and ran down the mountain. As he ran, various traps and mechanisms were triggered. Flying stones, logs, and various traps kept shooting at Mika, trying to impede his progress. But Mika's body seemed to anticipate everything and dodged them again and again. He avoided the ground traps perfectly and no attack could hit him. At that moment, Mika had control over everything in the forest. Swish! Passing through the last forest, Mika slowly stopped. He opened his eyes and saw the small house in front of him. His calm expression changed to one of excitement. I made it! Mika jumped up excitedly and waved his arms. It had been 3 months since he started training as a demon hunter, and he was very pleased with his progress. Besides his improved hearing, his instincts had been sharpened by the constant beatings. Perhaps due to his constant injuries, one day he dodged a flying stone at the last moment by sheer instinct. From then on, this mysterious ability began to grow in him. Mika was very happy with this new intuition. Even though he had fallen behind Tanjiro in training, he didn't mind. Mika knew that his real competitor was always himself. So, Mika, you've completed the first stage of the downhill training perfectly. Starting tomorrow, you'll move on to the second stage, Urokodaki said calmly, although he was actually very excited. He had been secretly watching Mika and knew what Mika was up to. Even though he thought that Mika might be thinking too much, he didn't interrupt his ideas. He believed that the training was possible. So he just watched and offered some help. Now that Mika had completed the training, Urokodaki was amazed. This child is a true genius. Yes, Mr. Urokodaki. Mika replied loudly. Since he had been left behind by Tanjiro in the training process, he knew the second stage well. The second stage of the downhill training had 2 parts. The traps in the forest would become more dangerous. The flying stones would be replaced by flying knives, the trunks would be covered with blades, and the traps would be filled with iron spikes. Injuries would no longer be minor bumps, but serious wounds or even death. The second part was the sword training. Mika was excited to learn swordsmanship. As a future demon slayer, he had to master swordsmanship. Even though the future training would be harder, Mika was passionate about this continuous improvement. 995, 996, 997, 998, 999, 1000. After the last swing, Mika was drenched in sweat. As an experienced anime fan, Mika had his own understanding of learning. He swung each blow with all his strength. His other senses also improved due to his deliberate hearing training. While continuously swinging his sword, Mika could feel the sword becoming a part of his body. This was a result of his improved touch. With each swing, this feeling became more pronounced, showing that his 3 months of sensory training hadn't been in vain. This change could have profound implications. As the traps and mechanisms in the forest became more dangerous, Mika's intuition improved rapidly. Unlike before, any failure to dodge perfectly could result in serious injury or death. Mika never thought about whether Urokodaki would save him in a crisis. He plunged into the danger, forcing his body to grow faster. And he succeeded. In the midst of the dangers of the forest, Mika's sensory abilities continued to develop, allowing him to quickly complete the second stage of training. He also quickly completed the third stage of moving through the forest with a sword. His refined body was able to evade traps, even with a sword in his hand. After 6 months, Mika completed all of the downhill training and entered the next stage of training. Tanjiro, has Nezuko's condition improved? After finishing training one night, Mika asked Tanjiro, who was writing in his room. Because of Tanjiro's excellence, he had moved on to a more advanced training, and they no longer trained at the same place. So they only saw each other at breakfast and dinner. It's you, Mika. Nezuko is still the same, still sleeping, Tanjiro said sadly and looked at his sleeping sister. Shortly after arriving at Sagiri Mountain, Nezuko fell into a coma. Although Urokodaki brought a doctor, Nezuko's condition remained unchanged. Tanjiro worried daily, fearing that she might die quietly in her sleep. Do not worry. Nezuko will surely wake up. Remember, demons can only be killed by sunlight or special weapons that show their strong vitality. Nezuko won't die easily. Yes. Tanjiro felt encouraged by Mika's words. Seeing Tanjiro's renewed spirit, Mika smiled. Then he said seriously, Tanjiro, I've finished the downhill training. I'll catch up with you soon. Don't let me overtake you. Don't worry, Mika. I won't let you pass me easily. Over time, Mika and Tanjiro, who were similar in age, had become competitive. Even though Tanjiro had left Mika behind, they both knew that the gap wouldn't last. After his exchange with Tanjiro, Mika began an even more rigorous training regimen the next day. Although he had completed the downhill training, he still had to go up and down the mountain every day. But unlike before, when it took a full day, Mika could now make the round trip in just 2 to 3 hours. And that time was getting shorter and shorter. The extra time was then used for other forms of training. First of all, there was the sword training. In this training, Urokodaki-sensei taught Mika various knowledge about swords and how to use them. According to him, swords were very susceptible to breaking. Even though they could withstand vertical force, they struggled against horizontal force. Therefore, when using a sword, the force must be applied straight. The direction of the force must be the same as the direction of the blade. Besides that, there were many other sword techniques. Mika quietly listened to Urokodaki-sensei's teachings, absorbing this knowledge that he had never understood before. As his understanding of the sword deepened, his sword training began to change. Gradually, Mika's practice moves no longer consisted of just one type of swing. Even though they were only the basics of the basics, Mika immersed himself in them with joy. The training time passed quickly. Mika's speed up and down the mountain increased and his moves with the sword became more proficient. Soon a new training began. Wrestling training. This kind of training was not unfamiliar to Mika. In this training, Mika had to hold a sword and face Urokodaki-sensei, who was unarmed. During the training, if Mika was knocked down, he had to quickly get up and return to the fighting state. The purpose of this training was to ensure that no matter what position he was in, he could absorb the impact and quickly get back on his feet. This was to ensure his continuous fighting ability. As for whether the sword in his hand would hurt Urokodaki-sensei, Mika felt there was no need to worry. Who was Urokodaki-Sakonji? The former water Hashira. If Mika, a novice who hadn't learned breathing techniques yet, could hurt him, then there was no need to learn breathing techniques. In fact, it was just as he thought. Facing Mika, who was holding a sword, Urokodaki-Sakonji could easily knock him down. Even with a weapon, Mika couldn't hurt him at all. A master is indeed a master, there's still a long way to go before Mika can graduate. Thus, Mika's life of constantly getting knocked down officially began. Total concentration breathing. When he heard what Urokodaki-Sakonji said they would learn next, Mika's eyes lit up. Breathing techniques. The source of the Demon Slayer Core's power. This was what Mika really wanted to learn. Right, after that, I will teach you all 10 forms of water breathing. Consciously breathing for a long time, allowing oxygen to reach every cell in your body, can enhance your body's natural healing ability, stabilize your mind, and activate your spirit. Relax your upper body and stabilize your lower body. Listening to Urokodaki-sensei's instructions, Mika began to breathe as instructed. But since Mika had never practiced this breathing technique before, how could he learn it all at once? Under Urokodaki-Sakonji's scrutinizing gaze, Mika's breathing became visibly more chaotic and did not meet the standard he spoke of. Urokodaki-Sakonji was not surprised. For people who had to breathe constantly, it was extremely difficult to change their breathing rate. But as a teacher, Urokodaki-Sakonji had his teaching methods. Seeing Mika's increasingly erratic posture, he extended his fist and swung it directly at him. Ah! Under Urokodaki-Sakonji's fist, Mika quickly grasped the initial rhythm of the breathing technique. However, he still had a long way to go before he could master this breathing rhythm perfectly. After all, he was fighting against his body's ingrained muscle memory that had merged with his mind and physique. Unlike Tanjiro, who was unaware of the importance of the breathing technique, Mika, who knew its significance, made it and the upcoming 10 forms of water breathing his main focus. Without Urokodaki Sakonji's urging, Mika was very proactive in practicing the breathing technique. Experiencing the feeling of merging with water under a waterfall was something Mika was very enthusiastic about. After all, training under a waterfall seemed incredibly cool to him. Besides the breathing technique, Mika also focused on the 10 forms of water breathing. First form, water surface slash. Second form, water wheel. Third form, flowing dance. Fourth form, striking tide. Fifth form, blessed rain after drought. Sixth form, whirlpool. Seventh form, puncturing raindrop thrust. Eighth form, waterfall basin. Ninth form, splashing water stream. 10th form, constant flow. These 10 forms were the essence of water breathing. Ever since Mika had been taught these 10 forms, he had been practicing and studying them continuously. Mika poured all his enthusiasm into the breathing technique and these 10 forms of water breathing. Sometimes, he would even practice at night when he got up to go to the bathroom because he hadn't practiced enough during the day. Due to his passion for sword training, Mika naturally fell behind in other areas of his training. As a result, by the time he finished all the training exercises in the thin air of the mountain, it had been a year and a half since he had started his training. I have nothing more to teach you. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself to refine what I've taught you. When Mika heard this, he froze, then bowed deeply to where Urokodaki Sakonji was standing. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Master Urokodaki. Mika's gratitude to Urokodaki Sakonji was heartfelt. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Respect for his master was in Mika's bones. Follow me. Seeing Mika's actions, Urokodaki Sakonji was deeply moved, but he did not forget today's task. Yes. Following Urokodaki Sakonji, Mika knew exactly where they were going. There was no other possibility than this place. Soon, as they passed through a forest, Mika saw Tanjiro's figure. At the same time, Tanjiro naturally saw Mika and Urokodaki Sakonji. Looking at Urokodaki Sakonji, Tanjiro clearly wanted to ask him something, as could be seen from his expression. But when he saw Mika, he hesitated. Led by Urokodaki Sakonji, Mika arrived in front of a massive boulder. This boulder was taller than Mika and its surface was covered with sword marks. Just like Tanjiro, if you can cut through this boulder, I will allow you to participate in the final selection. With that, he turned around and quietly disappeared into the forest. Looking at the massive boulder, Mika's eyes showed as expected expression. Since all the swordsmen Urokodaki had trained had died in the final selection, he couldn't bear to see Mika and Tanjiro die there as well. So he chose a rock that was almost impossible to cut through. Although his attitude had always been calm, Mika could still feel his unique concern. Mika couldn't help but smile. Turning around and looking at the dejected Tanjiro, Mika smiled and called out, "Yo, Tanjiro, it looks like we're on the same track again. So, how about a competition?" Chapter 6 Going back to Danmachi. A duel. When Tanjiro heard Mika's question, he first showed a puzzled expression, followed by joy. It had been half a year since Tanjiro had completed his training. In the past 6 months, Sakonji Urokodaki had not taught him any new techniques, so Tanjiro had to repeatedly polish the skills he had learned before. However, despite all of this grinding, he still couldn't achieve his goal. He still couldn't split the rock in front of him. This made him quite anxious. Unlike his continuous progress in the past, Tanjiro now received no feedback, causing his mental state to deteriorate and his overall condition to worsen. Therefore, Mika's suggestion brought Tanjiro great joy. After all, it was only through sparring that he could find out his shortcomings. Shall we begin? Of course. Seeing that Tanjiro agreed, Mika's smile widened slightly. Drawing his sword and grasping the hilt with both hands, Mika and Tanjiro quickly assumed a fighting stance and watched each other. In the next moment, Tanjiro was the first to strike. He swung his sword at the nearby Mika. To Mika, Tanjiro's swordsmanship had improved significantly compared to his swordsmanship half a year ago. In terms of precision, speed, and strength, this strike was perfectly executed. But for Mika, there was no mystery in the strike. Accurately parrying Tanjiro's sword, Mika quickly took the offensive. From that first strike, Mika had seen through Tanjiro's swordsmanship, for they were both taught by the same master and shared identical techniques. Currently, Tanjiro's swordsmanship was still at an improving level, far from reaching its peak. Especially regarding the most important breathing techniques. He still had to integrate them into his flesh and bones. It seems I have to give you a lesson, Tanjiro. With the change in his breathing rhythm, Mika's physical abilities received a significant boost. Immediately, Mika entered the state of total concentration breathing, enhancing his body's abilities. Then, with a single swing, Mika disarmed Tanjiro and disrupted his stance. He then struck Tanjiro with the flat of his blade, knocking him to the ground. Although I graduated 6 months after you, don't think that you left me far behind. I was never far behind you. Tanjiro, training is about cultivating yourself, refining your mind. The techniques Urokodaki-sensei taught us are universal. To improve them, you must first make them your own. And then keep refining them. The process of refinement is extremely tedious and boring. You may not see any progress, but don't get discouraged. Keep going, and eventually the end of the road will appear beneath your feet. Watching the thoughtful Tanjiro sitting on the ground, Mika shared his understanding. Then he turned and left. Mika knew that Tanjiro needed time to think. And Mika himself? He knew that he couldn't cut through the rock yet. His skills weren't honed deep enough. Let's try again tomorrow. We should spar more often to recognize our weaknesses and overcome them. Looking around the dense forest, Mika hummed a happy tune as he left, planning for the future. What the heck? Hidden in the forest, Mika watched Tanjiro practicing swordsmanship with the air, his expression full of dissatisfaction. Of all times, he had to come now. And he didn't even bring me. Mika, who had read the original work, of course knew Tanjiro's current state. Tanjiro met the souls of Urokodaki-sensei's deceased students. With their help, Tanjiro had made rapid progress over the past 6 months and reached the point of cutting through the rock. Mika was also interested in Sabato and Makomo who were sparring with Tanjiro. But obviously, they didn't include him. At this rate, Tanjiro's strength will explode in the next 6 months. Mika knew that even though Tanjiro hadn't been on the right path before, his relentless training over the past 6 months had strengthened his foundation. Therefore, once he was on the right path, his strength would skyrocket. 6 months later, cutting through that huge rock would be the best proof. Hey, you're cheating, Tanjiro. Thinking about the fact that Tanjiro might leave her far behind, Mika couldn't help but frown. But soon, a smile appeared on his lips. You're not the only one who can cheat, Tanjiro. Turning around, Mika walked away. It's been a 1.5 years since I came to this world. It's time to go back and check things out. As the light faded, a familiar yet strange scene appeared before Mika. This was the place where he had lived for almost 10 years. It was also where he had started his travels. So nostalgic. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mika couldn't help but feel sentimental. Nostalgic? How long have you been there? A clear voice came from behind Mika, but he wasn't surprised at all. After all, the moment he had returned, everything in this room had been exposed to his senses, including the presence of the goddess behind him. Calmly turning around, he looked at the astonished Yahweh and replied with a grin, I'm back, Yahweh-sama. Welcome back. Observing the changes in Mika, Yahweh roughly estimated the time he had been away. Without caring about Mika's wishes, Yahweh reached out to touch his body. Wait, Yahweh-sama, what are you doing? Don't move, let me see how much you've grown. After examining Mika's body, Yahweh understood his changes. It looks like you've gone through a lot of training. Not only has your aura changed, but your muscles have also become more toned. Judging by the marks on your hands, you've been practicing swordsmanship, right? Yahweh was very pleased with Mika's progress. As a member of the new family, Yahweh's family had no predecessors to offer Mika various help. From now on, he had to solve everything on his own. Without any help, entering the dungeon as a beginner would be extremely dangerous for Mika. But now, the training in another world had perfectly made up for the shortcomings of their new familia, allowing Mika to face potential threats more confidently. That was perfect for Yahweh. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Tell me all about your experiences in this world. I'm very curious about other worlds. In front of Yahweh's bright eyes, Mika gave in immediately. I understand. Let me start with when I met that swordsman. Is it a world where humans and demons fight each other? That sounds fascinating. Lying on Mika's bed, her head resting on her hand, Goddess Yahweh listened intently to Mika's experiences. The Demon King Muzan, the Upper and Lower Moon Demons, the Demon Slayer Core, the Blood Demon Arts and breathing techniques. Everything about this other world made Yahweh incredibly curious. If only I could go to another world. Yahweh sighed. According to their research and speculation, Mika's journey to another world might allow him to take others with him. However, there seemed to be strict requirements regarding the strength of those he could bring. For example, their strength couldn't exceed Mika's. In short, at this stage, there was no way for Yahweh to accompany Mika on his journey to another world. So it looks like you'll just have to be patient, Yahweh-sama. I suppose so. After hearing Mika's explanation, Goddess Yahweh became a bit depressed. Just as she was about to complain, the sound of the front door opening came from the courtyard outside Mika's room. It was followed by a cool, clear voice. Mika, are you awake? When Mika heard the voice outside, she shivered. Even though a year and a half had passed, the voice was still so familiar. Ermid, you're back. Seeing Mika running quickly outside, Yahweh paused for a moment and then remembered who it was. Ermid Tzanare. She was Mika's childhood friend. Both had been raised by their grandparents, and their last remaining relatives had died. Before Ermid's grandmother died, the already orphaned Mika had lived with her. Now they depended on each other to survive. After the adults in their families died, Mika and Ermid received help from the village in various ways, and they helped out whenever they could. Last night, Ermid went to the cloth shop owner's house to help rush the last batch of cloth so that it could be delivered to Orario on time. Therefore, Yahweh did not see Ermid last night. How are you, Ermid? Did you stay up all night? Do you need to rest? I'm fine. Actually, we finished the last batch of cloth last night, but Mika insisted that I stay and not return in the middle of the night. Mika did the right thing. It's dangerous to go out at night. So I stayed the night. Standing at the door, leaning against the door frame, Goddess Yahweh couldn't help but smile as she watched the boy and girl talking in the courtyard. This childhood friend of Mika's was a petite girl. With her silver hair and purple eyes, she looked even younger than Mika. Though she was small, Yahweh sensed a hint of maturity in her. Is that the goddess? As Yahweh watched Ermid, Ermid noticed the goddess leaning against the door frame. With a single glance, Ermid confirmed her identity. After all, in the world of Danmachi, the gods had an extraordinary appearance. This kind of transcendent beauty made gods stand out in any crowd, extremely eye-catching. That's right, this is Goddess Yahweh. Seeing Ermid's confused look, Mika immediately introduced her. When you left yesterday, I was setting traps. Who knew I'd catch a goddess instead of a beast? So, of course, I joined Yahweh-sama's family and became a real adventurer. I see. Seeing Mika's proud and satisfied expression, Ermid nodded slightly. Ermid was well aware of Mika's obsession with becoming an adventurer. 2 years ago, after Mika's grandfather died, Mika had the idea of going to Orario to become an adventurer, but he was always too young and was always caught and stopped by the village elders. Still, he often talked about going to Orario. However, after Ermid's grandmother died, Mika rarely spoke of going to Orario. Ermid knew it wasn't because Mika had changed his mind. He was waiting until they were both grown up so they could go to Orario together and join the same familia. And she shared this thought. Ignoring Mika's continued bragging about his great achievements, Ermid went directly to Goddess Yahweh. Yahweh-sama, my name is Ermid Tzanare. I humbly request to join your family and become a member of the Yahweh family. Seeing the serious look in the girl's eyes, Yahweh's smile widened. To join the Yahweh Familia, hey. Yahweh sighed and then looked at Mika with a smile. Well, Captain Mika of the Yahweh Familia, does this girl named Ermid meet your approval? Hearing Yahweh's question, Mika was stunned at first, but then smiled and said, if it's Ermid, she definitely meets my approval. In that case. Yahweh reached out to take the girl's hands and smiled, congratulations, Ermid. As of today, you are a member of the Yahweh family. Yes, I will work hard. Ermid replied seriously. Watching this scene, Mika's face was full of smiles. This way, he and Ermid would not be separated by different families. Name, Ermid Tzanare. Level, LV.1. Stats, Strength, I0, Stamina, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. It seems that Ermid has a higher potential for magic than you, Mika. Looking at the translated stats on the paper, Yahweh teased Mika. As normal humans, both Mika and Ermid had such starting stats, with no rare skills or magic. However, Ermid had 2 slots for magic, while Mika had only 1. For normal humans, this was an excellent qualification, as they usually had between none and 1 slot for magic. Usually, only elven adventurers had up to 3 magic slots. I'm just glad that Ermid has good magic potential, Mika said nonchalantly. He was well aware of Ermid's talent. In the original story, she had joined the DxDanmachi Familia and was considered one of Orario's top 3 prodigies. As a childhood friend, Mika had never envied her abilities. Besides, having only 1 magic slot was of no concern to him. As a traveler who could move between different worlds, Mika was destined to have multiple abilities in the future. Therefore, having only 1 magic didn't bother him. You have a good attitude. Yahweh was very pleased with Mika's attitude. As a Familia captain, strength might be lacking, but a broad mind was essential. Otherwise, the Familia couldn't prosper. By the way, even though you only became an adventurer yesterday, you've already spent a year and a half in another world. How about updating your stats? Mika's eyes lit up at Yahweh's suggestion. Of course. Chapter 7 Danger Sense, Yahweh Familia Future. Lying quietly on his bed, feeling the fingers glide over his back, Mika fell into deep thought. When he had seen Tanjiro and Sabato sparring and had thought that Tanjiro had cheated, Mika had immediately remembered his own cheating. That cheat was the blessing of the gods. With the blessing of the gods, Mika's future physical fitness could completely surpass that of demons. Moreover, combined with the breathing techniques, even Musen wouldn't scare Mika in the slightest. Moreover, being able to travel between different worlds, Mika had much more time at his disposal compared to Kamatu Tanjiro. Once Mika decided to use his trick, he would never be left behind. Even if Tanjiro was the protagonist of the story. Hey, it seems like you've awakened a skill, Mika. A skill? Mika shouted in surprise. That's right. Yahweh, who was also shocked by this news, quickly updated Mika's status, then hurriedly translated it onto paper and handed it to him. Name, Mika. Level, LV.1. Status, Strength, I0E412 Stamina, I0C687 Dexterity, I0D536 Agility, I0D586 Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Danger Sense. Provides a warning of impending danger. The greater the danger, the stronger the warning. Staring at his status, Mika fell into contemplation. In the world of Danmachi, the blessing of the gods consists of 5 components in addition to the name of the bearer. They are level, ability, base status, magic, and skills. Of these, level is the most important. An increase in level causes a dramatic change in an adventurer's strength, which is why leveling up is also known as ascending. Abilities are exclusive to adventurers above LV.2. These special attributes can only appear during the ascension process, and are crucial to increasing the strength of high-level adventurers. At the time of this writing, both Mika and Ermid, being LV.1, had no ability data. Next is the base stat, which consists of strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, and magic. Each of these is divided into 10 ranks, from low to high, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Each rank has an upper limit of 100 points. For example, the range for rank I is 0 to 99. If you exceed 99 and reach 100, you fall into rank H, which ranges from 100 to 199, and so on. The maximum for basic status is rank S, which ranges from 900 to 999. Typically, 999 is the limit for basic status. In reality, very few can reach this limit, as 999 represents the peak of human potential. As potential is tapped, it becomes increasingly difficult to increase base status. Initially, a single quest could increase a particular stat by over 10 points, but after 900 points, only life and death crises can increase it by 1 to 2 points. And that 1 to 2 point increase is equivalent to a 1 to 2 point increase in the early stages. Therefore, almost no one chases after this distant limit. When an adventurer's body reaches its limit, it's time to prepare for an upgrade. Upgrading breaks the current limit, expands potential, and speeds up the increase in strength. Adventuring is required to improve these stats. To increase strength, exert yourself. To increase stamina, endure attacks. To increase dexterity, practice skills. To increase agility, run. To increase magic, use magic. To increase blessing of the gods, train your body continuously. Simple training lowers the efficiency of skill improvement, only real combat and life or death fights can maximize the improvement of base stats. For this reason, almost all of the strongest Danmachi live in Orario because of its dungeon and constant combat. Outside of Orario, adventurers rarely become experts. Thus, Orario becomes the center of the world. In addition to level, ability, and base stats, magic and skills also have a major impact on an adventurer's strength. Skills are called thought crystals. Different adventurers rarely have identical skills, and different skills have different effects on an adventurer's strength. For example, the protagonist Belcranel's most important attribute is his Lyris freeze skill. This skill allowed him to advance quickly, accomplishing in months what took others years or decades, and to become a renowned figure in Orario. As for magic, he symbolizes miracles. Any magic can become the trump card of its owner. In a monster-infested dungeon, having a teammate who can attack from afar is every adventurer's dream. However, magic requires a high level of talent. Most people lack the talent for magic. In Orario, the most famous mages are of the elven race. They are a naturally magical race. Strength is E, stamina is C, dexterity and agility are D. What caught Mika's attention first was his base stats. These numbers represented his training results. Although these numbers weren't very high, they didn't surprise Mika. Under normal circumstances, it takes years to train a base state to the limit. Moreover, during those years, adventurers spent most of their time in combat. After all, the LV.1 limit is the normal human limit. Without the blessing of the gods, even decades of training might not reach this level. The blessing of the gods greatly shortens this process. Personal talent also plays a crucial role in this training process. Those with poor talents might need almost 10 years. Those with excellent talents might need 2 to 3 years. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the main characters in the original story. Ace, a descendant of the spirits with extreme talent, needed only 1 year. The protagonist Bell, with an extreme cheat, took only 1 month, including the half-month before his cheat was activated. Looking at his basic status, Mika felt that his talent wasn't bad. Even though it took him a year and a half to reach this level, he wasn't living with death every day like other adventurers. Having reached this level through mere training, Mika considered himself talented. Not bad. After praising himself, Mika looked at his skill. Danger sense. Provides a warning of impending danger. The greater the danger, the stronger the warning. Isn't this the intuition I trained? I didn't expect it to become a skill. Mika's face showed a surprised expression. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Number danger awareness skill. The existence of the danger awareness skill was indeed unexpected for Mika. However, upon further reflection, Mika realized that it made perfect sense. Although it was somewhat surprising, it was a reasonable explanation. After all, Mika had been training diligently during this period, so it was only natural that a skill born from such training would be related to it. Even if the skill hadn't come directly from the training itself, it would still have been influenced by the training. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Mika was quite pleased with the result. The danger awareness skill was formed at a time when he was often injured. In order to improve this skill, he would have to be in danger all the time. However, as Mika's strength increased, the traps and obstacles that once threatened him ceased to do so. This stagnated the improvement of the skill. But now that the ability had evolved into a skill, it underwent a significant transformation. In the future, as Mika's level increased, the skill would also improve, maintaining its usefulness and strength. Even though it's not a combat-enhancing ability, I'm very satisfied with it. Putting down the paper, Mika spoke seriously to Yahweh and Ermid. As long as you're satisfied, Yahweh replied casually. Suddenly she seemed to remember something and asked Mika seriously. So, as the leader of the Yahweh Familia, what are your plans for the future development and actions of the Familia? Plans? Hey. Hearing Yahweh's question, Mika scratched his head. It wasn't something he had given much thought to. Despite his appointment as leader of the Familia, Mika was not someone who liked to strategize. It wasn't that he didn't like to think. He just preferred to solve problems with strength rather than intellect. As for the Familia's plans, they had never crossed his mind. I don't have any. Seeing Mika's worried expression, Yahweh chuckled. Well, in that case, why don't you leave the planning to me for now? If you're willing, that would be great. Mika was of course pleased that Yahweh was willing to take responsibility. After all, the gods in this world were often frivolous, which made the responsible ones quite valuable. All right, I'll show you what I can do. Seeing Yahweh's smile, both Mika and Ermit shivered slightly. Could their goddess also be one of those playful gods? Mika couldn't help but wonder. Wake up! Startled by Yahweh's voice, Mika sat up quickly. Looking at the night outside, Mika looked at Yahweh, looking for an explanation. But Yahweh said nothing, only telling Mika to get ready and follow her. Early in the morning, before the sun had risen. As they watched Yahweh lead the way, Mika and Ermit exchanged puzzled glances. Do you know what's happening? No idea. But haven't you two slept together? I only know that she's preparing something, but not the details. I see. Since Ermit didn't know anything, Mika stopped asking. A week had passed since Mika had returned to this world, and during that time, the entire village had learned about the goddess Yahweh, making the village quite lively. Mika had spent this time practicing breathing techniques and swordsmanship, determined to keep up with Tanjiro by maximizing his time advantage. Immersed in his training, Mika had no idea what Yahweh was up to. But he was about to find out. Tada! What do you think? Yahweh asked proudly, pointing to the mountain path ahead. Is this Mr. Urokodaki's training ground? Having lived among traps for a year and a half, Mika immediately recognized the traps and obstacles in the forest. Exactly. With her hands on her hips, Yahweh explained her plan with a smile. Although I would love to take you to Orario for real combat, I've decided to stay in this village for a while because I have more effective ways to train your swordsmanship, Mika. But since it's training, I won't just train you. So I've copied Mr. Urokodaki's method for Ermit and created this trap-filled forest. After that, I'll also teach her swordsmanship to improve her strength. I'm sure Ermit will be thrilled with this plan. Of course. Ermit replied firmly. As Mika's childhood friend, Ermit wanted to stay by his side forever. However, she didn't want to be a burden, someone who needed protection. So she was eager to improve her strength. Seeing the forest prepared for her, Ermit felt nothing but gratitude. Thank you, Yahweh-sama. No need to thank me. Yahweh waved dismissively and led Ermit and Mika into the forest. At the starting point, Yahweh pointed to the path ahead. This is your direction. Considering your physical condition, the traps won't be too dangerous in the beginning. Just do your best. Understood. Having heard about this training from Mika, Ermit was well aware of the challenges ahead. At Yahweh's signal, she charged forward with determination. Soon, various traps were triggered and the silent forest came alive. All right, stop watching. Yahweh patted Mika's shoulder and spoke seriously. She doesn't want you to help her. You need to concentrate on your own training. I understand. Watching Ermit rise after being knocked down by a trap, Mika turned away and followed Yahweh further into the forest. Soon they reached a clearing. In the clearing was a rack with various weapons. There were swords, spears, daggers, and bows, among other weapons. From the material, Mika could tell that these were hastily made prototypes of weapons, not complete pieces. Draw your sword. Yes. At Yahweh's command, Mika immediately drew his sword. Yahweh also took a one-handed sword from the rack. You attack first. Yes. Mika now understood that Yahweh's more effective training method was to spar with her. The thought made Mika tremble with excitement. Yahweh was a true goddess. Fighting a god. The idea was unbelievable. The excitement ignited Mika's spirit and he quickly calmed down, feeling blessed. In an instant, Mika stepped forward heavily and rushed towards Yahweh. At the same time, he swung his sword at Yahweh. It was a perfect strike. Perfect arc, perfect power, perfect form. It was Mika's strongest strike since he started learning swordsmanship. This strike embodied his year and a half of hard work and dedication. But this strike that filled Mika with confidence was effortlessly blocked by Yahweh. At that moment, Mika snapped out of his calm state, stunned. Mika had expected Yahweh to be strong. He had expected failure. He had even expected a crushing defeat. But this was beyond his imagination. Yahweh used a technique from the water-breathing style, one of the 10 forms. And she used it more skillfully than he did. But Mika had only demonstrated it to her last night. Chapter 8 Unlocking the Mark and Meeting Melly. Last night. After finishing his training, Mika returned home and was approached by Yahweh, who was very interested in his breathing techniques and swordsmanship and wanted to learn more about them. Faced with Yahweh's request, Mika naturally didn't refuse. So in the small courtyard, he demonstrated the 10 forms of water breathing to Yahweh and explained the rhythm and some tips of the breathing technique. The whole process didn't take long and Yahweh left after a short understanding. So Mika didn't pay much attention at that time. But now, in just one night, Yahweh had mastered both water breathing and the 10 forms to perfection, surpassing Mika's expertise in these techniques. How could this not shock Mika? What's wrong, Mika? Is this all you have to show for a year and a half of hard training? Yahweh said with a smile on her lips. Mika felt as if a nerve in his brain snapped with a ping sound. Mockery. She's mocking me. Hat. Anger turned to laughter, and Mika quickly took up a fighting stance and attacked Yahweh. In his hands, the sword techniques flowed like water, continuously unleashing various forms of water breathing at Yahweh's vital points. However, Mika's attacks met with no response. All his efforts seemed to be silently absorbed by Yahweh, who was like a vast ocean. Soon Mika noticed something was wrong. Although Yahweh's swordsmanship was far superior, his basic physical attributes, strength and speed, should surpass hers. As a god who had sealed their holy power, Yahweh's physical abilities should be no different than an ordinary human's. Mika had confirmed this when Yahweh first recruited him into the Yahweh family because she couldn't escape a trap. But now, Yahweh's strength and speed were equal to and even better than his own. What was going on? With another clash of swords, Mika quickly retreated, putting some distance between them. Throughout the battle, Yahweh had remained on the defensive, neutralizing all of Mika's attacks. Still, her defensive stance kept Mika on edge, as he couldn't predict when she might switch to offense. Given their disparity in swordsmanship, once Yahweh attacked, the duel would end instantly if Mika couldn't keep up. Exhaling deeply, Mika forced himself to stay calm and watched Yahweh closely. Then he noticed an unusual mark on the back of her hand. Is that? What is it? Did you find out? Yahweh said, waving her sword nonchalantly. Yes. This is the final form of your breathing technique, the mark. It is indeed the mark. And it only took one night. Hearing this expected answer, Mika remained calm on the outside, but inside he was deeply shaken. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Your heartbeat is pretty fast, Mika. Yahweh teased. I'm not nervous, wait a minute. Mika, who was instinctively about to retort, suddenly stopped, unable to keep his composure. Could it be the transparent world? Oh, is that what your world calls this state? Quite fitting, Yahweh replied nonchalantly. As I thought. Mika's face showed a bitter expression. In just one night, Yahweh had mastered the ultimate forms of breathing and swordsmanship from the demon slayer world. The ultimate in breathing, the mark. The ultimate in swordsmanship, the transparent world. Now, these two powers stood in front of Mika as his opponent. What is it? Don't tell me you've given up, Yahweh said, her voice filled with joy. Please, we're training, not competing. Don't overdo it, Yahweh-sama. Mika replied. I guess you're right, Yahweh said, scratching her cheek with a hint of embarrassment. Take this. Yahweh suddenly lunged at Mika. Hey, wait, calm down. Mika focused all his attention on defense while Yahweh quickly switched to offense. If Mika had been unsure of Yahweh's breathing technique and swordsmanship before, he now fully realized their overwhelming strength. This power was unbeatable. Nevertheless, Mika's defense crumbled under Yahweh's onslaught, like a fragile structure in a storm. Yahweh's breathing technique and mark gave her superior physical abilities. Her mastery of the transparent world allowed her to anticipate Mika's every move. In front of Yahweh, Mika had no chance to counterattack. In just a few moves, Mika found himself on the ground, defeated. How about it? Do you admit defeat? Yes, I admit defeat, Mika conceded, and Yahweh, smiling, withdrew her sword and helped Mika to his feet. Shall we go again? Let's go again. Mika's eyes burned with fighting spirit. After watching Tanjiro and Sabato sparring, Mika returned, knowing that staying there would never allow him to catch up with Tanjiro. Sparring with someone who masters the same techniques brings faster progress than just hard training. So Mika planned to use time and real fights in the dungeon to close the gap. But now Mika had found a better way to improve, sparring with Yahweh. Like Tanjiro, this was sparring with someone who had mastered the same techniques. However, Yahweh surpassed even Sabato in breathing and swordsmanship, rivaling even the legendary Yoriichi Tsujakuni. To train with such a powerful opponent was an opportunity others could only dream of. After a morning of intense fighting, Mika lay exhausted on the grass. He had spent the entire morning being beaten. Faced with Yahweh's unpredictable strength, Mika was at a loss. But his suffering was not for nothing. Throughout the morning, Mika's understanding of water breathing progressed rapidly, even faster than when he first learned it. Ding ding! Lunchtime! Yahweh called. Mika forced himself to sit up. Where did the food come from? I asked the others to prepare it. They just delivered it. You planned this all along? Mika said, taking the lunch box from Yahweh and helping Ermid Tizanare up. After a morning of training, Ermid was also battered and bruised, much like Mika had been in the beginning. Holding the exhausted Ermid, Mika fed her lunch bit by bit. Seeing Ermid's blushing face, Yahweh clicked his tongue in disapproval. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Lying on the grass at the finish line, Ermid was panting heavily. Over the past month of training, Ermid's physical condition had changed significantly. Even though it was only 1 month of training, Ermid was now able to completely avoid all the traps and mechanisms in the forest. This progress was much faster than that of Mika and Tanjiro. Of course, this didn't mean that Ermid was far superior to them in terms of talent. In reality, Ermid's rapid progress was due to the power of the god's blessings. She was able to update her skills every day, which made her improvement rate much faster than Mika and Tanjiro's pure hard work. It could be said that it was truly a cheat given by the gods. God's blessings, Banzai. Phew, after finishing the forest traversal training, next up is the swordsmanship training. Lying on the ground, Ermid rested while thinking about what to do next. According to the schedule Yahweh had made for her, she would now go to the place where Mika and Yahweh were training to practice swordsmanship. Just as Ermid was deep in thought, an unfamiliar sound of footsteps suddenly reached her ears. Someone unknown was approaching. Ermid's heart trembled and she stood up quickly. Who's there? Hello, are you training here? Looking in the direction of the voice, Yahweh saw a beautiful girl. Like her, the girl also had silver hair. However, her pupils were red. Judging by her appearance, she seemed older than Ermid. But what caught Ermid's attention the most were her ears. From her somewhat pointed ears, Ermid deduced that she was probably a half-elf. This made Ermid relax a bit, since this person probably wasn't too dangerous. Still, Ermid remained cautious. After all, Mika had once warned her that one could never truly know another's heart. Yes, I'm undergoing training as required by the Familia. In response to the silver-haired girl, Ermid revealed her affiliation with the Familia to deter any bad intentions. I didn't expect there to be a Familia here as well. The silver-haired girl sighed in surprise. Noticing Ermid's vigilance, the silver-haired girl smiled and said, as you can see, I'm a half-elf who left Orario. I haven't joined any Familia and I plan to go home. So you don't have to be afraid of me. Even though I'm a bit older, I'm no match for you adventurers. Is that so? Hearing the silver-haired girl's words, Ermid's guard dropped a bit. Curiosity began to set in. Influenced by Mika, Ermid had many fantasies about Orario. You said you didn't join any Familia. Is it because you don't like the life of an adventurer? It's not that. The silver-haired girl waved her hand helplessly and said bitterly, I just haven't found a suitable Familia. No suitable Familia. Ermid's face showed a puzzled expression. That's right. Remembering her past, the silver-haired girl sighed and said slowly, as the center of the world, countless people with dreams come to Orario from all over the world, hoping to make their dreams come true. Different people have different dreams. Some want to be heroes, some want to be rich, some even want to have harems. In short, people have all kinds of dreams. And my dream is to become a wise man or a strategist. To meet someone with heroic potential, join their party as a companion, guide their growth as a sage, devise strategies for the team as a strategist, and finally help the team overcome various challenges to slay world-famous monsters. After I die, my deeds would become songs spread throughout the world. This is the kind of adventure life I want. Hearing the girl's dream, Ermid couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. And then? She asked curiously. And then? The silver-haired girl's tone became more bitter. Then I failed. Seemingly wanting to vent her frustration, the silver-haired girl told Ermid about her experience. It may sound arrogant, but I am very confident in my discernment. I can clearly tell if someone in front of me has the potential to be a hero. After arriving in Orario, I wandered around the city looking for suitable candidates. Unfortunately, I found none. Are you saying that there are no people with heroic potential in a place as large as Orario? Ermid asked incredulously. That's not it. The silver-haired girl waved her hand and said seriously, Orario is indeed the center of the world, and there are many heroic figures. For example, the Freya Familia is full of heroes. There is more than one person with heroic potential there, but I can't stand the atmosphere of that family. I heard that these people often fight each other for the right to spend the night with their god. Then there's the Astria Familia. Although it's also full of talent, the dominant force in that familia is always the justice of the goddess. I'm not used to that environment. Finally, there was my main focus, the Loki Familia. The Loki Familia. Ermid was very familiar with this familia. When Mika first wanted to go to Orario alone, he mentioned that he wanted to join this familia. Even after he had decided to wait until they both grew up before they went together, this was still his favorite familia. So Ermid was very curious about the Loki Familia. At first, I had no intention of joining the Loki Familia, since the core of the team was already established. The brave Finn, the heavy artillery Gareth, and the 9 Hell Riveria. The 3 of them support this familia, with Riveria occupying the position I wanted. So it seemed there was no place for me. But later I changed my mind because I met her. Who? Ermid asked eagerly, already fascinated by the silver-haired girl's story. Ace Wallenstein. The silver-haired girl uttered the name seriously, then said excitedly, even though I only met her once, I could tell that she would become a famous figure in Orario in the future, even though she had just become an adventurer. If I follow her and help her become a legendary hero, I might be able to fulfill my dream. Then why didn't you join the Loki family? Ermid asked in confusion. Hearing Ermid's question, the silver-haired girl's face became visibly depressed. The Loki Familia isn't accepting new members right now. They are recruiting high-level adventurers who have already proven themselves. Besides, I heard that Goddess of Loki has a thing for girls. All the women in the Loki family are part of her harem, and I can't accept that. And I couldn't find a suitable familia in the rest of Orario, so I decided to go home for now. Later, I planned to travel across the continent to see if I could find the right people. Then, when I passed by here, I saw you avoiding traps and mechanisms in the forest, and I didn't expect to find a familia in this small village near Orario. May I stay here for the night? After witnessing Ermid's training method, the silver-haired girl became very interested in the familia living here. She wanted to see what kind of god this familia's god was. It was her habit to explore various things with her own eyes. You can, but I have to practice my swordsmanship soon. Would you like to join me? I would love to. That's good. Rested, Ermid stood up and led the silver-haired girl to the training ground. By the way, I don't know your name yet. I'm Ermid Tzanare. What's yours? Mine. The silver-haired girl smiled brightly and said cheerfully, I'm Melly. Melly Ambrosius. Female version of Merlin of Fate. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 9 A Legendary Inheritance, Mika's Path Forward, Rewrite. Melly Ambrosius, hey. Pondering the silver-haired girl's name, Ermid led her through a dense forest and soon arrived at the place where Mika and Yahweh were training. At that moment, in a clearing within the forest, Yahweh and Mika were continuously clashing swords. After a month of training, Mika had made rapid progress in both swordsmanship and breathing techniques. From being unable to block a single move initially, Mika could now hold his own against Yahweh for a short period. After all, there were only so many variations in the water-breathing sword technique. After a month of continuous sparring, Mika had become intimately familiar with Yahweh's swordsmanship. But even so, any slight flaw in Mika's defense would lead to instant defeat when facing Yahweh's onslaught. Clang! There's an opening. Yahweh's eyes brightened as she noticed a flaw in Mika's stance, immediately swinging her sword to break his guard. Then, with a swift turn, she kicked Mika down. Damn it, let's go again. Without any hesitation, Mika quickly stood up, ready to face the challenge once more. He was continuously defeated, only to rise again and continue fighting. Standing at the edge of the clearing, Melly quietly watched the battle unfold. Ermid, in the meantime, was practicing water-breathing techniques with her sword on the other side. After bringing Melly here and instructing her to wait, Ermid began her own training. Left standing there, Melly could only silently observe Yahweh and Mika's battle. Watching Mika's relentless perseverance, her eyes gradually widened. It was as if there was a sparkle in her eyes. "I've found it." "What have you found?" Having finished her sword practice, Ermid walked over to Melly to greet her, puzzled by her exclamation. By this time, an entire afternoon had passed since Ermid had brought Melly here. Throughout the afternoon, Ermid, who usually focused intently on her sword practice, kept glancing at Melly. After all, she was the one who brought Melly here, so if anything happened, it would be her responsibility. However, Melly remained completely silent, simply standing there and watching Mika and Yahweh's fight. She hadn't moved at all the entire afternoon. So, when sword practice ended, Ermid quickly approached her to see what was going on. But just as she reached Melly's side, she heard her exclamation. "Of course, it's a hero." Turning around, Melly excitedly grabbed Ermid's hands and urgently said, "Ermid, can you introduce me? I want to join your familia." Hearing Melly's excited words, Ermid couldn't help but frown. Although she hoped to see Yahweh's familia grow, she instinctively felt a bit of resistance towards Melly joining. However, her kind nature prevented her from delving into that feeling, and she nodded slightly, saying, "If you wish, I can certainly help you." "Thank you, Ermid," Melly said gratefully. "So, in your eyes, Melly, Mika also has the qualities of a hero." After hearing Ermid's explanation, Yahweh had a look of realization. Initially, Yahweh wasn't very interested in Melly. After all, she was very busy and had no extra time to train another novice. She had already decided that she wouldn't accept any new members into her familia until Mika and Ermid were fully trained. But just as she was about to refuse, she noticed Melly secretly watching Mika, who was resting on the other side. As a god who enjoyed fun, Yahweh's instincts told her there was more to this story. So she asked Melly for more details. She then learned why Melly wanted to join Yahweh's familia. That's right. Without any hesitation, Melly honestly revealed her intentions. "I see." Understanding the reason, Yahweh admitted that she had developed some interest in Melly. After all, Melly had immediately recognized Mika's potential, whereas Yahweh had initially overlooked him and even hesitated to let him join her familia. This showed that Melly had a better eye for talent. Although this was partly because Yahweh hadn't used her sacred powers, Melly's talent was undeniable. Thinking about it, the reluctance in Yahweh's heart began to dissipate. "All right, I guess I'll just have to work a bit harder." Having made up her mind, Yahweh smiled at the eager Melly and said, "Fine, since you're so determined, I'll make an exception and let you join my familia." "Thank you, Lady Goddess," Melly responded excitedly. Hearing the excited voices from afar, Mika silently opened his eyes and looked at the three. He had noticed Melly's presence during his training. However, he had been so focused on Yahweh's training that he hadn't paid much attention to anything else, merely acknowledging her presence. But now, seeing her interact with Ermid and Yahweh, Mika couldn't help but become curious. "Who is she?" Straightening his tired body, Mika walked over to the three and asked curiously. "She's our new member, just accepted." "A new member?" Recalling his earlier memories, Mika remembered that Ermid had brought her here. This made him even more curious about her. Seeing this, Melly took the initiative to introduce herself to Mika. "My name is Melly Ambrosius. Please take care of me, Captain." "Ah, sure, sure." Apart from Ermid, Melly was the first unfamiliar member Mika had interacted with, making him a bit uneasy. But there was something familiar about Melly's name that Mika couldn't quite place. Is it just my imagination? Looking at Melly's smiling face, Mika pondered. Name, Melly Ambrosius. Level, LV.1. Stats, Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Magic. Heroic Sculptor. Blessing Magic. Grants a blessing to those recognized. Gains greater potential when fighting alongside those blessed. Skills. Did I just hit the jackpot? Looking at the sacred text before her, Yahweh had an incredulous expression. Although she had sensed Melly's potential and made an exception to accept her into the familia, she hadn't expected her to possess such powerful magic. Recalling Melly's dreams, Yahweh suddenly felt that this magic embodied her aspirations and true nature. This girl is truly a sage. Yahweh marveled. After translating Melly's abilities and giving them to her, Yahweh excitedly sought out Mika to share the news. Listening to Yahweh's account, Mika suddenly froze. He finally realized why Melly seemed so familiar. So, it's you, Merlin. Merlin Ambrosius. The sage from the legend of King Arthur, a renowned magician in the world. Mika's knowledge of him comes from the Fate series, where Merlin is the mentor of the popular character Artoria. Naturally, Mika is familiar with Merlin's name. However, Mika is more familiar with the name Merlin than Merlin Ambrosius. If he hadn't come across Merlin's full name while searching for him, Mika probably wouldn't have known his exact surname. Even if he didn't know Merlin's full name, Mika would still associate Melly with Merlin. After all, the magic heroic sculptor is very reminiscent of Merlin. So, does this mean Melly is the Merlin of this world? Though it seemed a bit far-fetched, Mika quickly accepted this idea. After all, in his previous life, the famous Finn also existed in this world. As for the gender? If God can be a woman, why can't Merlin be a woman too? Accepting that Melly is Merlin, Mika couldn't help but express his concern to Yahweh. This is making me feel a bit pressured. Hey, why is that? Yahweh asked, puzzled. You see, our familia may be small, but everyone is incredibly talented. As their leader, if I can't guide them to grow properly, it would be quite shameful. That's true, Yahweh agreed, feeling a bit pressured herself. As the main god, guiding the familia members' growth was also her responsibility. With this shared understanding, Mika and Yahweh exchanged a glance and made a decision. The training needs to be doubled. Since Melly joined Yahweh's Familia, Ermid now had a partner for basic training. The two of them progressed quickly by comparing themselves during training. During this time, Yahweh, after a brief silence, did something astonishing again. She upgraded the water breathing technique. After all, water breathing was created based on the template of sun breathing. Limited by the creator's abilities, water breathing was just decent in Yahweh's eyes. After grasping the principles of water breathing, Yahweh performed a comprehensive upgrade on it. Although it was still called water breathing, its essence had completely changed. Even the 10 forms of water breathing were modified and enhanced by Yahweh. After a brief adaptation period, Mika, Ermid, and Melly quickly adjusted their breathing rhythms and began using the fully upgraded water breathing. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Clang! With the clash of swords, Ermid and Melly's attacks collided. Sitting at the edge of the clearing, leaning against a tree trunk, Mika watched Ermid and Melly sparring and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Time flies. Both the passage of time and Ermid and Melly's progress are so fast. Their skills have already surpassed mine and Tanjiro's past levels. Mika wasn't surprised by Ermid and Melly's rapid progress. After all, their teacher was the Goddess Yahweh, whose precise guidance significantly accelerated their swordsmanship improvement. Moreover, with the sacred blessing, their physical abilities were also continuously enhanced. This meant that the foundational training, which took Mika much longer to complete, only took them a short time. As a result, what took Mika a year and a half to accomplish, Ermid and Melly completed in just 6 months, even surpassing it. That's true, but their recent progress has started to slow down. Their future improvement won't be as rapid. Looks like we need to change our training location. Exchanging glances with Yahweh, Mika chuckled. He saw the same thought in Yahweh's eyes. Looks like we're on the same page. So, it's decided then. Yes, it's decided. Looking up at the white clouds in the sky, Mika stood up and said seriously, let's prepare to leave. Our next destination, Orario. Hearing Mika's decision, Yahweh chuckled. She had long yearned for Orario. Mika, come here. Village Chief. After completing their training once again, Mika and his group were passing through the village on their way home when the village chief, who had often taken care of him, called out to Mika. After informing Yahweh and the others, Mika left the group and approached the village chief. Is there something you need, village chief? I heard you are going to Orario. 2 days ago, after deciding to go to Orario, Mika and his group began preparations, so almost everyone in the village knew about it. Yes, that's right. You're not planning to stop me, are you? Seeing Mika's surprised expression, the village chief waved his hand and said, of course not. I'm very confident in your abilities now. With Mika and the others often going into the forest to hunt large prey and bring it back to the village, everyone in the village acknowledged their strength. But they also had a common consensus, Mika and his companions were very strong. Taking out a letter from his pocket, the village chief handed it to Mika and slowly said, "This is a letter your grandfather left for you before he died. He told me to give it to you when you grew up or when you were strong enough. Now that you've met a goddess and become a true adventurer, I believe you are ready to receive this letter." He then patted Mika's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Make sure you're prepared. Orario is not like our village, the competition there is intense. Take good care of yourself." With that, he turned and walked away, shaking his head. After watching the village chief leave, Mika walked home while opening the letter in his hand. Inside the envelope, besides a piece of paper, there was also half a key. Opening the letter, Mika saw his grandfather's handwriting. Carefully reading the contents, Mika's face showed a look of realization. It turned out that Mika's grandfather had left him a special inheritance. It was the relics of Mika's parents. According to his grandfather, Mika's parents had died in the dungeon. Shortly after their death, some members of their familia sent some of their belongings back. After sorting through them, Mika's grandfather hid some useful items to leave for Mika, while the rest were buried in Mika's parents' memorial. The key was for the hidden room. As for why he entrusted the letter to the village chief, it was because he worried that if Mika received too much inheritance at a young age, it might change his character. Moreover, he was afraid Mika would take these items to Orario and get killed for them. So, he instructed the village chief to give the letter to Mika only when he was grown up or strong enough to protect the inheritance. The village chief and Mika's grandfather were lifelong friends, so he trusted him completely. Reading the letter, Mika's eyes were filled with memories. Even in his last moments, his grandfather worried about Mika's future. This deeply moved Mika. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will make good use of this inheritance and become a true hero." Looking at the letter in his hand, Mika made a firm decision. He would live an extraordinary life. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 11, 10, Mika's Parents' Legacy. More chapters if we actually reach 400 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. With memories of his grandfather in mind, Mika slowly walked home. Gently pushing open the door, he saw Yahweh, Ermid, and Melly standing before him. "What's wrong? Did something happen, Mika?" Ermid, who had grown up with Mika and knew him best, quickly asked upon seeing his face. She could tell he wasn't in a good mood. "Nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental," Mika replied, shaking his head as he pulled out a key from his pocket. "Everyone, it seems we won't need to worry about our initial funds for going to Orario." The thought of resolving their funding issues instantly changed Mika's previously troubled expression into a smile. After deciding to go to Orario, securing funds had become a pressing concern for the 4 of them. After all, living in Orario wasn't easy. Originally, Mika planned to rent a small house with their current money and make do until they could afford something better. But learning about this inheritance changed everything. Maybe they could now get through the toughest times quickly. He just wondered how much his parents' inheritance was worth. While it might seem ungrateful, Mika really needed the money right now. As for memories of his parents, they had faded quite a bit. Mika's parents were adventurers in Orario and important members of their familia, which made them very busy. So, when Mika was a bit older, he was sent to live with his grandfather. Though his parents often visited, they were rarely together as a family for long. They had planned to bring Mika back to their familia once he was older so he could become an adventurer. But a disaster struck and took their lives. It had been 6 years since their deaths. "Funds? Where are you getting funds?" Yahweh's and the others' eyes lit up at the mention of money. They had been worrying about this for a while. "Follow me." Mika gestured to them before heading to the side of the yard, where there was a cellar. Holding shovels, Mika and the others quickly dug in the cellar. According to the letter, Mika's parents' belongings were buried under the ground here. Mika also told Yahweh and the others about this while they dug. "Who knew your parents were high-level adventurers? It's like I poached someone from another familia," Yahweh laughed. According to Orario's customs, if parents belonged to a familia, their children were considered reserve members. Once grown, they would naturally become adventurers. So Yahweh joked about taking someone from another familia. But it's strange. Even if your parents died, their God should have taken you into the familia. Why weren't you invited to join? Yahweh couldn't imagine Mika refusing such an invitation. Mika wasn't surprised by her reaction since he had never talked about his parents. That God is no longer in Orario. Not in Orario. Just as Yahweh wanted to ask more, Ermit's shovel hit something. We found it. Mika and Melly quickly dug harder, and soon, they uncovered an iron door to the secret room beneath the cellar. Using the key to unlock the door, they waited a bit to let in fresh air before entering. Turning on the magic stone lamps, everything inside the secret room became visible. In the center was a stone pedestal with 2 chests on it. One chest looked ordinary, similar to what people usually use to store items. The other, longer chest was obviously unusual, and the 4 instantly knew what it contained. After examining them, Mika approached the chests. He opened the ordinary one first, expecting it to contain money. As he lifted the lid, golden light reflected on Mika's face. The chest was filled with ferrous, gold coins, turning his face golden. So much money! There must be over 1 million ferrous here. Ermit exclaimed, never having seen so much money before. It's definitely more than 1 million. Besides ferrous, there are valuable materials here, worth more than gold, Melly said, shaking her head. But no matter how much it is, we have enough startup funds now. Let's worry about high-level things later. Closing the chest, Mika turned to the unusual one. Opening it slowly, they found various weapons inside, staffs, great swords, single-handed swords, daggers, a shield, and even a book. Though there were many weapons, Mika's attention was drawn to a great sword and 2 staffs. These were his parents' main weapons, ones he had seen before. Mika's father was a magic swordsman with a powerful spell. Besides a great sword, he also carried a short staff for switching to a mage. His mother was a true mage, and the longer staff was hers. Mika knew from his grandfather's letter that his parents hadn't died directly from monster attacks. They died from untreated injuries while escaping. Despite fighting till the end and exhausting all healing potions and healers, their relics were sent back intact. Gently touching the weapons, Mika asked, Yahweh-sama, you plan to develop our familia as an exploration familia, right? Do you have any requirements for exploring the dungeon? Requirements? I haven't thought about it since our familia is still small. I don't want to burden you, Yahweh replied gently. But if you have ideas, feel free to share them. You're our familia captain, after all. Raising the shield with his father's familia crest, Mika said deeply, then how about defeating the black dragon? Melly, observing Mika's actions and words, covered her mouth. She recognized the crest on the shield. It was the emblem of the Hera Familia. Although the Hera Familia had disappeared from Orario, it had only been 6 years since both the Zeus and Hera Familias were expelled. Traces of these 2 familias still remained in Orario. Mika is actually a descendant of the Hera Familia. Could the battle that led to his parents' deaths be that one? Melly exclaimed in disbelief. Just 6 years ago, the Zeus and Hera Familias, who had ruled Orario for 1,000 years, faced their final challenge after completing 2 of the 3 great challenges, the Black Dragon. In this battle, both familias suffered unprecedented defeat, with almost all their elites perishing. Taking advantage of this, the Freya and Loki familias drove them out of Orario and became the new rulers. Thus, the Zeus and Hera familias, who had ruled Orario for a millennium, vanished from the world, and no one knew their whereabouts. But now, a descendant of the Hera familia had reappeared, even though he was no longer part of it. Realizing this, Melly became excited. It was the perfect hero's tale. I knew I chose the right person. Melly thought to herself. At the same time, Yahweh laughed out loud after a moment of silence in response to Mika's words. Excellent, very excellent. To become the strongest familia, we just need to defeat the Black Dragon. Exactly. Yahweh excitedly patted Mika's shoulder, making him feel slightly bewildered. I'm being serious here. Your reaction makes it seem like a joke, Mika thought, but he knew Yahweh wasn't joking. She truly had this in mind, filling Mika with warmth. Then it's decided. From now on, defeating the Black Dragon will be Yahweh Familia's goal. What do you 2 think? Mika asked Ermit and Melly. Wherever Mika goes, I go. Ermit said. The Black Dragon fits my ideal monster. Defeating it will make our deeds legendary, Melly added. Hearing their support, Mika's smile grew even more satisfied. He then grabbed the staffs from the chest and handed them to Ermit and Melly. This is. Both Ermit and Melly were thrilled as they looked at the staffs. They're yours now. Use them well, Mika said nonchalantly. Although gifting these staffs was partly impulsive, it was mostly well considered. As an ordinary person destined to have only one type of magic, Mika didn't intend to become a mage, making the staffs useless to him. From what Mika knew of Ermit and Melly, the former would become the best healer and the latter the best mage. He gave Melly his mother's staff and Ermit his father's, hoping they could maximize their potential and help explore the dungeon further, eventually reaching the Black Dragon's lair. Mika knew that soloing in the dungeon had no future. If you say so, we'll gladly accept. Melly said joyfully, gripping the staff tightly. As a human-elf hybrid with elven blood, she naturally aspired to be a great mage like Riveria. Though she mostly learned close combat techniques after joining Yahweh Familia, she also had her own magical pursuits. I'll cherish this staff, Ermit said gently, stroking the staff. How you use them is up to you. They're yours now, Mika said, turning his attention back to the chest. He reached for an unusual item, a book. Could this be a grimoire? Mika wondered, opening the book without a title. As he read, his consciousness was completely absorbed by it. Autobiography, Magic Mirror, who is the most beautiful magical girl in the world? Side story, aim to be a grand mage. Mika chuckled at the familiar, Chiyunibu, middle school syndrome, tone and continued reading. Modern magic even goblins can understand. Part 3. It was a familiar format and tone. Mika was now certain it was a grimoire. Magic can be broadly classified into innate and acquired types. Innate magic is tied to one's natural talent or racial roots, often resulting in powerful and large-scale effects after training and rituals. Acquired magic sprouts from the potential granted by the gods and is realized through self-actualization. It lacks any fixed rules and branches infinitely, heavily influenced by experience points. Magic is a matter of interest. This element is especially crucial for acquired magic, as one's interests, identity, hatred, longing, sorrow, worship, vows, and desires serve as triggers. These factors are clearly revealed under divine blessings. As Mika continued reading, he felt increasingly energized. The words in the book transformed before his eyes, forming another Mika who scrutinized him. Ask and you shall be answered. Seek and you shall find. A true mirror, free of falsehood, stands ready. So, to you, me, what is magic? Mika instinctively replied, magic is a miracle, the power to turn the tables in any situation. He thought of the heroes in the Nasuverse and King Arthur's shining sword against the sea demon. To you, me, what is magic? The other Mika asked again. It's the power to protect my companions in any circumstance, Mika responded, thinking of his friends and the short film Fire Will Never Fade he had watched before. What is magic to you, me? The other Mika continued. Fire, Mika answered. In his past life, fire was the most terrifying weapon. Even in a comfortable modern society, Mika worried about gas explosions while cooking. Fire was what he feared most and wanted to control. What do you seek from magic? I want more magic. Mika thought of Loki Familia's strongest mage, Riveria, who could use 9 different spells. Every mage aspired to be like her. Mika did too, he wanted to be someone who could clear the battlefield with a wave of his hand. Is that all? That's all. Greedy, aren't you? Yes, I am. I want it all. But that's who you, am. In the end, the two Mikas laughed together, having reached a mutual understanding. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 12:11, The Unlocked Magic of Mika, Grimoire's Blessing. More chapters if we actually reach 400 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Mika, Mika. Hearing the persistent call in his ear, Mika couldn't help but open his eyes. Seeing the concerned expressions of the 3 people in front of him, Mika instinctively asked, What happened to me? You suddenly fainted, which gave us quite a scare. Seeing that Mika was fine, Yahweh's expression gradually became composed, then she blamed him angrily. Fainted. Reminded by Yahweh, memories quickly flooded Mika's mind. Mika remembered. I think I was looking at the grimoire, and then I fainted. Grimoire. Melly's surprised voice suddenly rang out. Mika turned his head to see Melly quickly darting to the side, picking up the grimoire that had fallen to the ground. Earlier, because of Mika's sudden fainting, the 3 of them had been concerned about his condition, so no one paid attention to the grimoire on the ground. Now, hearing Mika's explanation, Melly, who had some knowledge about grimoires, shakily picked up the grimoire from the ground. This is a grimoire worth tens of millions, even billions. In Orario, there weren't many adventurers with magic slots, and even those who had them might not awaken magic. It's known that before the gods descended to the mortal world, humans couldn't use magic. Even now, with the potential for awakening magic granted by the gods' blessings, drawing out that potential is still a very difficult process. So, magic users in Orario are quite rare. However, in a certain magical kingdom in this world, there are people who have reached the pinnacle of magical knowledge. They can create grimoires to help those with magic slots awaken magic. These grimoires are divided into 3 categories based on quality. The first type of grimoire can grant fixed magic to others. This kind of magic is usually locked. And this kind of magic is generally very common. Except for those with rare magic, who wouldn't be so generous as to give their magic to others, and the fact that overly profound magic cannot be stored in a grimoire. But even so, these grimoires are still sought after by people, making their price reach millions of gold coins. The second type of grimoire is even more precious. Because it is made by imitating the form of divine blessings, it can guide the most suitable acquired magic for the user. In the original story, the protagonist Belcranel obtained this kind of grimoire and awakened his only magic, Firebolt. Through this type of grimoire, it is very likely to obtain extremely powerful magic. Therefore, the value of these grimoires is often around 1 billion Ferris, and they are often so rare that money can't buy them. They are said to be priceless. The grimoire Mika used earlier was of the second type. As for the third type of grimoire, it is even more precious. In terms of magic awakening, its effect is the same as the second type of grimoire. But it has an additional ability. It has a chance to increase the user's magic limit by 1. With this ability, the value of this third type of grimoire is immeasurable, making it extremely valuable. Therefore, each grimoire is a symbol of wealth. Every grimoire is as valuable as a mountain of gold, which is why Melly's actions were so tense. Looking at Melly with an expression like looking at a fool, Mika smiled and said, "Melly, although grimoires are extremely valuable, they are one-time use items. And the one in your hand, I've already used." "Ah? Is that so?" Although Melly was knowledgeable because of her past experiences in Orario and family teachings, she hadn't attended the Elven Academy, so there were still many things she didn't know. It so happened that she didn't know much about grimoires. Hearing Mika's words, Melly casually opened the grimoire, and seeing the blank pages, she disdainfully threw it back. Seeing this, Mika and the other 2 couldn't help but laugh. Hearing their laughter, Melly's face also showed a shy expression. Seeing this, she quickly changed the subject. "Since you used the grimoire, you must have awakened magic. I remember you can only have one type of magic, right?" "That's right." Receiving Mika's confirmation, Yahweh immediately became eager. "Then let's go back quickly. I can't wait to know what your magic is. Then let's go back." With that, Mika tried to sit up. It was only then that he realized he had been resting on Ermid's lap. Noticing Mika's gaze, Ermid's face showed a hint of blush. Standing up, Mika reached out to help Ermid up from the ground. Helping Ermid up, Mika gently said, "Let's go home." In the bedroom, Mika lay on the bed with his back bare, allowing Yahweh to update his status. In a corner of the room, Ermid and Melly were also watching. Because the familia was small, Mika and the other 3 had a very close relationship. Therefore, they didn't hide their abilities from each other. Soon, with Yahweh's exclamation, Mika's status update was completed, and Ermid and Melly quickly gathered around. Then, Yahweh's exclamation became a chorus of 3. Influenced by the 3 of them, Mika, who was already curious about his magic, quickly sat up and looked at the translated status. Name, Mika. Level, LV.1. Status values **. Strength, D523 D524. Endurance, B778 B780. Dexterity, B710 B712. Agility, C645 C646. Magic, I0. Magic **. Heavenly Fire Calamity Annihilation. Attack Magic. Chant Connection. Oath of the Sacred Flame Hymn, First Stage. Additional Magic. Chant, Ignite. With this Wheel of Flame. Triumphant Flame King's Sword, Second Stage. Wide Area Annihilation Magic. Chant, the fierce battle has begun, the wailing horn is sounding high. On the dark path, the bright firelight, hope is burning. Eternal flame, cut through the endless. Heavenly fire calamity annihilation, 3rd stage. Ultrawide area annihilation magic. Ignite oneself, unlimited ultra domain enhanced attack. Skill * danger perception. Looking at his magic, Mika couldn't help but be stunned. He felt his magic was somewhat familiar. Heavenly fire self-destruction. Sacrifice oneself for one powerful attack. Mika couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he liked the flame hairsker in Honkai Impact 3RD, he didn't want to become a human version of the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment. In Honkai Impact 3RD, the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment is the key of destruction among the 13 divine keys, with the strongest destructive power. When fully powered, its scorching flames can defeat almost any enemy. But at the same time, its wielder would also die from the scorching flames. Therefore, this weapon was jokingly called Heavenly Fire Self-Destruction by players. It was said to sacrifice oneself for one almighty attack. Looking at his magic, after a moment of silence, Mika suddenly laughed. Although he could only use the strongest 3rd stage once, he was very satisfied with the first 2 stages. This magic could be treated as 2 different magics. For someone like Mika, with a low magic limit, this was very satisfying. Mika. Just as Mika was immersed in his powerful magic, Yahweh's voice suddenly called him back. What is it, Yahweh-sama? Holding Mika's hand tightly, Yahweh said seriously, I don't allow you to use the 3rd stage. Mika was stunned. Looking at the serious expressions of the 3 people in front of him, he responded seriously, don't worry, Yahweh-sama, I cherish my life. I definitely won't use it. That's good. Hearing Mika's response, Yahweh and Melly both breathed a sigh of relief. Only Ermid, who knew Mika the best, remained serious. She knew that in a real crisis, Mika wouldn't think about any fallback. With this in mind, Ermid's gaze became firm. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 13, 12, Ermid's Magic Awakens. More chapters if we actually reach 400 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Who? Sitting on the rooftop, looking around the village, Mika's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Tomorrow is the day Mika and the others will head to Orario. It is also the day he will say goodbye to the place where he has lived for nearly 10 years. What's wrong? Feeling reluctant? Climbing up the ladder and seeing Mika's expression, Yahweh asked with concern. Indeed, but this won't affect my determination to go to Orario. Standing up and looking into the distance, Mika said seriously, we cannot stop until we reach our dreams. Quite determined, aren't you? Hearing Yahweh's teasing, Mika smiled lightly. Then he turned around and asked, Yahweh-sama, is there something you need? Hearing Mika's question, Yahweh's previously relaxed expression turned serious. Are you just going to watch Ermid and the others like this? Oh, it's about that. Mika realized and then rubbed his forehead with a headache. Ever since Mika gained magic, Ermid has been diligently training every day. Originally, the training tasks Mika and Yahweh set for Ermid and Melly were already doubled, but now Ermid and the others are training at 4 times the amount. This has led to them spending all their time either eating or training, with even their sleep time being reduced. As for the reason, Mika knew it well. It was dissatisfaction with her own strength. Ermid believed that if they encountered a dangerous situation, Mika would disregard their agreement to protect them. Although it wasn't visible from her appearance, Ermid believed Mika had a spirit of self-sacrifice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened such magic. So, she couldn't let her strength remain weak, in case she would drag Mika down, leading to his death. Faced with Ermid's firm determination, Mika couldn't persuade her and could only let her continue training. Additionally, influenced by her, Melly also started training with Ermid. After all, she was also part of the group Ermid mentioned as being protected by Mika, which was unacceptable to Melly, who aspired to assist Mika in becoming a hero. I can't do anything about it. Yesterday I wanted to persuade her, but after seeing me, she trained even harder. Seeing Mika's distressed look, Yahweh sighed. It seems like we'll have to wait until she figures it out herself. But who knows when that will be? Staring into the distant sky, Mika remained silent. After coming down from the rooftop, Mika returned to his room and sat at the desk to study. And he was not studying anything else, but the interpretation of sacred texts. In the world of Danmachi, sacred texts are used by gods and possess special powers. The system of divine blessings is constructed from sacred texts. Although Mika, as a mortal, cannot use sacred texts to fight, he still studied their interpretation with Yahweh. As someone who could travel between worlds, Mika continually strengthened his foundation. Who knows, in which world, sacred texts might have unimaginable powers. Moreover, Mika knew that recognizing sacred texts was a prerequisite for acquiring the mystery ability. As an extremely rare and powerful ability, Mika naturally hoped to obtain mystery. Gently putting down his pen, Mika, feeling somewhat restless, looked out the window. At this time, Ermit and Melly, who were training outside, had not yet returned. Before Mika gained magic, the three of them would sit here every night and learn from Yahweh. But now the two of them had stopped studying sacred texts. This made Yahweh, as their teacher, feel a bit down today. As a result, she had cancelled the class. As the leader of the Yahweh Familia, what should I do? Just thinking about Ermit and Melly's situation gave Mika a headache. Although usually calm, Ermit never yielded on crucial issues. She was very stubborn. Buzz. As the door opened, Mika quickly looked over. Ermit, Melly, you're back. Yes, considering we are going to Orario tomorrow, we ended training early today. Despite looking tired, both Ermit and Melly had determined eyes. Seeing their spirited gazes, Mika, with a lot to say, couldn't find the words. In the end, he could only watch them get pulled away by Yahweh and then sit back down at the desk. After a short silence, Mika suddenly patted his face and then smiled bitterly. Since when did hard training become a bad thing? Recalling his own training on the Misty Mountain, he had trained just as hard as Ermit and Melly now. At times like this, I should support them. Thinking this, Mika immediately stood up and walked towards Ermit and Melly's room. He wanted to share his thoughts with them and support them. But just as he walked into the courtyard, Yahweh's shout came from her room. This is... What's wrong? What happened, Yahweh-sama? Mika hurriedly ran to Yahweh's room, knocking on the door and shouting loudly. Soon, Melly opened the door from inside. Melly, you're here too. Mika was surprised. Not just me, Ermit is here too. Yahweh-sama is updating Ermit's stats. Unlike Mika's tension, Melly's face was full of joy. Then Yahweh-sama's shout was because Ermit has awakened magic. Melly said with a smile. Name, Ermit Tzanare. Level, LV.1. Stats, Strength, E402 D404 Endurance, D576 D579 Dexterity, D510 D512 Agility, D505 D507 Magic, I0. Magic. Diaflatter. High-level healing magic. Heals wounds, restores stamina, purifies abnormalities, removes curses. Can be released on a group, with sustained protection. Chant. Drops of healing, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, call upon the light to play here. 365 melodies, the healing calendar will save all things. Then, come, break the evil. Bury the wounds, send off the sickness, send curses to the other side, send to the light's axis. In the name of the gods heal through me. Skill. Share the burden. Select teammates, connect to them. Share damage among teammates. Immunity to instant death effects for the whole party, putting them in a near-death state instead. In Yahweh's room, looking at the paper handed to him, Mika's eyes kept shifting. He wasn't surprised by Ermit's magic awakening. Although originally, Ermit would awaken this group healing magic upon reaching LV.2, it was natural for her to awaken early given Melly's hero shaping. What truly shook Mika was her skill. Although the damage sharing ability was amazing, Mika's eyes were instantly drawn to immunity to instant death effects for the whole party. Obviously, this was targeting Mika's magic, Heaven's Fire, Calamity Extinction. When using Heaven's Fire, Calamity Extinction, Mika himself would also be burned away. This wasn't because Mika couldn't withstand the intense flames, but because this attack itself required his death as the price for the ultimate strike. But if Mika used this magic while near Ermit, under the effect of this skill, he might be left with a chance to say his final words. Normally, entering a near-death state would leave Mika little chance of survival. But this didn't consider that Ermit had the best healing techniques in the entire world. Diaflatter. Orario's strongest healing magic, with it, it's hard to die. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 13, Bonds of Yahweh Familia. More chapters if we actually reach 400 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Lifting his head and looking at the equally happy Yahweh, Ermid, and Melly in the room, Mika suddenly realized something. Besides his ability to travel between worlds, his greatest asset was actually the 3 members of the Yahweh Familia present here. No matter what kind of technology Mika received from another world, Yahweh could quickly learn it, master it to perfection, and even improve it. This allowed Mika and the others to learn these things without any obstacles. With Melly's hero creation ability, Mika and the others were able to gain more possibilities, just like Ermid's magic and abilities, which would have been difficult to manifest without Melly's magical enhancement. As for Ermid, with her around, Mika could truly experience what it means to be a great hero. After all, Mika's Heaven Fire, Cataclysm and the Great Hero's Meteor are quite similar, both being powerful self-destruction abilities. It's just that Mika has an after effect, while the Great Hero does not. Dia Fratel. How can such an absurd healing magic exist? No one was more shocked than Melly when she saw Ermid's magic. As she aspired to become the most powerful sorceress in Orario, she was filled with envy for Ermid's magical quality. Although her hero creation was not inferior to Ermid's Dia Fratel in terms of quality, her magic was far less impressive in terms of power. My goodness, this makes Ermid the core of our familia. As long as she is around, you will hardly ever fail. Even Yahweh was amazed by Ermid's magic. Healing wounds, restoring stamina, cleansing diseases, removing curses, and healing groups. This magic was truly versatile. However, Ermid's magic should be kept as secret as possible. I have heard that there are dark factions in Orario. If they find out, they will do everything they can to eliminate her. While Melly was still excited about Ermid's magic, Yahweh had already sensed the danger within. If anyone wants to harm Ermid, they'll have to go through me first. Mika would never allow anyone to harm Ermid. For those who wish to harm Ermid, I will make them taste the power of Heaven Fire, Cataclysm. Looking at Ermid and the others, Mika's gaze became extremely sharp. Right, we will protect Ermid. Seeing this, Melly quickly stepped forward and held Ermid's hand. Feeling Mika and Melly's determination, Ermid, who was about to say that she wouldn't hold them back, was stunned for a moment before she smiled softly, I trust everyone. Mika, Ermid, come back and visit us often. Don't worry, village chief. I won't forget anyone. Standing at the village chief's door, looking at the villagers who came to see him off, Mika's eyes couldn't help but get wet. In this small village outside of Orario, Mika had spent most of his life, filled with all kinds of memories. Now that he was leaving, his heart was naturally filled with reluctance. But as he had said before, as long as the dream was not realized, their steps would not stop. Let's go, Ermid. Holding the equally tearful Ermid, they both got into the carriage. Under the driver's control, the carriage carrying all of Yahweh family's possessions slowly started to move off into the distance. Waving to the villagers behind, Mika said goodbye to the village where he had lived since childhood and set off for the center of the world, Orario. And so Yahweh Familia began a new journey. Lying on the top of the carriage, feeling the breeze, Mika relaxed and enjoyed the moment. It was his first trip in this world. And the end of the journey was the center of the world, Orario. Next, we should stay in Orario and explore the dungeon for a while, since traveling is still on cooldown. Through Mika's exploration, he had long since summarized a rule about his traveling ability. His travels had a cooldown. The length of the cooldown was determined by the time Mika spent in another world. The ratio was 1:1. In other words, after spending a year and a half in the Demon Slayer world, Mika had to spend a year and a half in Danmachi before he could travel to the Demon Slayer world again. Because of this rule, Mika chose to stay in the Demon Slayer world for a long time. After all, traveling back and forth during that time would greatly affect his training. And with no results from his training, what would he do when he arrived in Orario? Besides, he was living with Sakonji Urokodaki and Tanjiro during that time. If he stayed in Danmachi for a year and a half before returning, his improved strength would be very suspicious. He might be mistaken for a demon and killed. Considering all of this, Mika decided to return only after completing his training in the Demon Slayer world. As a result, Mika temporarily lost his ability to travel for a short time. If he encountered danger, he wouldn't be able to use this ability to survive. Unless he found a second world to travel to. Mika guessed that when he first entered that starry sky, the countless stars represented different worlds. As for the possibility of gaining the qualification to travel to the next world, Mika thought it might be related to his level. That seemed most likely to him. Leveling up, hey. Currently, both Mika and Ermid, as well as Melly, had progressed far on the path to LV.1. But their progress so far was due to training. As their strength increased, the benefits of training decreased. They were now at this stage. But once they entered the dungeon and started real combat, Mika thought they would experience another peak in strength improvement. Half a year, let's aim to reach LV.2 within half a year. Looking at the sky, Mika silently set the next goal for Yahweh Familia. Speaking of which, her skill level should be about the same as mine now. Thinking about the upcoming journey to Orario, Mika recalled his understanding of the different familia in Orario. Currently, the Hestia Familia had not yet been established. Freya Familia and Loki Familia had just risen to the top of Orario. The future heroes were still very young. In the current Orario, the strongest was still LV.6. Otter, Finn, Gareth and Riveria of Loki Familia were still at LV.5. This year, 7-year-old Ace joined the Loki Familia. This year, the Tsundere Wolf Bet was still in the Vidar Familia. This year, the Amazon sisters who hadn't arrived in Orario had just become LV.3. This year, Mia of Freya Familia got permission from her main god and left Freya Familia to open the Hostess of Fertility Tavern. This year, the future Gale, Ryuo Lion, was still LV.1. It was an ordinary year, but it was also an extraordinary year. This was the year that the previously non-existent Yahweh Familia arrived in the center of the world, Orario, and was about to start their Familia activities. And, by the way, to steer the train towards an unknown future. We're almost at Orario. Although the city walls of Orario were not yet visible, the Tower of Babel was already in sight. Looking at the towering white spire, both Mika and Yahweh showed a hint of ambition in their eyes. After all, only the main god of the strongest familia was qualified to live above the Babel Tower. And that was their goal. Mountains seem closer than they really are. Ermid and Melly deeply understood the meaning of this proverb. Even though they had seen the Tower of Babel for a long time, it still took them half a day to actually reach the outskirts of Orario. As for Yahweh and Mika, the former, being a god, naturally understood such things, while Mika had already experienced this feeling when she traveled to the Sagiri Mountains in the Demon Slayer's world. Is that Orario? Looking at the huge city on the horizon, even Yahweh felt a little touched. After all, this was where the gods gathered. Mika, have you really arranged everything for us in Orario? Melly asked worriedly in a corner of the carriage. Having lived in Orario, she knew exactly what it was like. Don't worry, Melly. Mika reassured her with a smile. Orario is big, but its own production capacity cannot support the entire city. That is why nearby villages supply Orario with its daily needs. Years of trade have established ties between the villages and Orario. I have already asked the village chief to help us find fellow villagers living in Orario to help us find suitable accommodations. I see. Melly nodded. Mika's explanation made everything clear at once. Orario, known as the center of the world, was filled with powerful individuals and housed a dungeon that constantly produced magic stones. With the worldwide use of the magic stone technology, these stones became the world's only source of energy. 80% of these stones were produced in the dungeon, making Orario essentially the city of energy. Such a massive city couldn't sustain itself on its own production alone. I've arranged everything. When we reach Orario, someone will come to meet us. Hearing Mika's confirmation, everyone felt relieved. Soon their carriage reached Orario's city gate and joined the long line to enter. Why are so many people here? Yahweh and Ermid looked at the long line in front of them. They had never expected the line to be so long just to enter the city. This is quite normal. The inhabitants of Orario can be roughly divided into several groups. First, the gods. Second, the members of the various families. Third, the locals and retired familia members who have settled here. Fourth, the merchants from all over the world who serve the familias. Seeing Ermid and the others listening intently, Mika smiled and continued, as everyone knows, adventurers make money quickly by constantly venturing into the dungeon. Because they make money so easily, their expenses are also high. Therefore, merchants flock here, bringing goods from all over the world to Orario. Since adventurers can't leave Orario easily, it's a great business opportunity for the merchants. So those carts in front of us are carrying goods from merchants all over the world, Ermid said, realizing. Exactly. Answering Ermid, Mika looked at the queue in front of him with a serious expression on his face. He knew that Orario was the most dangerous place right now. After the Hera Familia and the Zeus Familia had been nearly wiped out in the battle against the Black Dragon, they had been driven out of Orario by the combined efforts of the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. At that time, the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia were the dominant familias of Orario. But even they were significantly weaker compared to the heyday of the Hera Familia and the Zeus Familia. At its peak, Zeus Familia had the level 8 hero and several level 7 adventurers, with even more at level 6. Hera Familia boasted the level 9 Empress and also had several level 7 and 6 members. With these two familias at their peak, no other power in Orario dared to challenge them. But with their decline, Orario's strongest was now only the level 6 otter. Other strong members of the two dominant familias were level 5 at best. This situation allowed the dark factions that hadn't dared to show themselves before to emerge from the shadows and begin their nefarious activities. Currently, Orario was a battleground where various familias had joined forces to fight the dark factions. Their conflict would peak in 2 years, culminating in a decisive battle. So that's why the inspections are so strict now. Looking at the line in front of her, Mika couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After a long wait, it was finally her carriage's turn for inspection. What is your purpose in coming to Orario? The question was asked by a member of the Ganesha Familia, one of the stronger familias in Orario. They were in charge of the entry inspections. In response, Yahweh jumped down from the carriage. Seeing this, Mika and the other three quickly followed and stood protectively around Yahweh. I am the Goddess Yahweh. I descended to the mortal world 6 months ago and now plan to establish a familia in Orario. Hearing Yahweh's words, the Ganesha Familia member was stunned at first, but then understood, so it was Yahweh who descended 6 months ago. A god's descent is marked by a falling star, so Orario knew that a new god had arrived, but not who it was. Are these 3 members of your familia? Yes. In that case, please continue. Unlike the other vehicles, Yahweh's identity as a goddess provided substantial verification. After all, a god could be recognized by her appearance alone. Of course, as the official in charge, the Ganesha Familia member wouldn't be lax. Before her carriage left, Yahweh's arrival was reported to the god Ganesha. Isn't that Yahweh? Have you descended too? Even while sitting in the carriage, Yahweh was quickly recognized by passing gods, causing a stir. Seeing how Yahweh ignored the greetings of those gods, Mika couldn't help but smile wryly. Over the past 6 months, Mika and the others had learned a bit about Yahweh's history in the heavens. It was said that before the gods descended, they passed the time with constant battles that led to various alliances. While gods like Zeus, Hera, Apollo, Hestia, and Hephaestus formed alliances, Yahweh stood alone. Even when faced with alliances, she could easily hold her own. This made her famous among the gods. Eventually, with the development of the familias, many gods tired of the constant fighting and descended to the mortal world, weakening the alliances. During this time, Yahweh shone brightly. Before she descended to the mortal world, she was recognized as the strongest in the heavens. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 14, A New Home in Orario. First dungeon run. More chapters if we actually reach 400 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. According to Yahweh, in the early stages of the Familia games, many gods descended to the lower world seeking entertainment. However, in the later stages, many were driven down by her. Because of this, Yahweh looks down on many of the main gods in Orario, as they were all defeated by her. Recalling Yahweh's past stories and looking at the gods she despised, Mika couldn't help but worry. Would the enemies their goddess made in heaven come seeking revenge on them? Mika. Ermid. Looking towards the source of the voice, a familiar figure appeared in Mika's sight. It's Uncle Nick. Seeing the middle-aged man coming to greet them, Mika and Ermid waved their arms excitedly. Uncle Nick had taken care of them often when they were children. Later, he moved to Orario to expand his business and settled there. This time, Mika sought his help. You finally arrived. Nick was just as excited to see Mika and Ermid again. However, knowing that Mika was accompanied by a goddess, he quickly brought the conversation to Mika's request. According to your requirements, I've found a suitable house. All the details have been sorted out, all that's left is to pay. Really? Mika was pleasantly surprised. His requirements were indeed quite high. He needed a house with a courtyard to practice martial arts, all within a budget of 3 million valis. After liquidating their assets, Mika's parents left around 4 million valis. Mika set aside over 1 million valis for equipment and emergency funds, dedicating the rest to purchasing a house. For Mika and his companions, having a safe place to rest after exploring the dungeon was paramount. Given their many secrets, living in an apartment wasn't feasible. Of course. Nick displayed a proud expression. It was quite lucky. A friend of a friend was urgently selling his house to leave Orario. Because of the urgency, he was willing to sell it for 2.8 million valis. However, the house is in the old district of the west side. Are you okay with that? Of course. Mika had prepared for worse scenarios, so this result was better than expected. Then let's go. Sure, heading to the west side. Yahweh and the others were filled with anticipation as the carriage moved towards the west side. So, are you satisfied? Thank you, Uncle Nick, we are very satisfied. Looking around the courtyard, Mika nodded in satisfaction. The yard was about twice the size of Mika's childhood home, with 5 rooms, enough for all 4 of them. The central area was a large open space, taking up almost half the courtyard, with a vegetable garden planted by the previous owner. Mika planned to turn this garden into a training ground in the future. I'm glad you're satisfied. Nick nodded and then said, since that's settled, I'll head back. I'll come back in 3 days to take you to pay. I have other matters to attend to. Don't go yet, I haven't treated you to a meal. Next time. Watching Nick leave, Mika couldn't help but sigh. Life here was indeed busy for those striving for a better life. Shaking his head, Mika closed the gate and walked into the house. In the following days, Mika and his companions were quite busy. As newcomers, they needed to familiarize themselves with Orario's layout, register their familia at the guild, and buy equipment. Although Ermit and Melly's roles were a healer and a mage respectively, they needed to be well-rounded because of their familia's many secrets. Yahweh decided to focus on quality over quantity when recruiting members. Due to Mika's abilities, their training time would be several times that of other familias, giving them ample time to develop their skills. Moreover, Melly had yet to awaken any magic, so she could only fight with a sword for now. Mika and his companions also had to renovate the courtyard. Yahweh needed to reconnect with her acquaintances from the heavens. After handling everything, a week had passed. Early morning. As the sun rose, Yahweh looked at her familia members with concern and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, Yahweh-sama. Today we plan to get used to the dungeon environment. We will go deeper but not too far." Mika, well prepared for today's exploration, responded with a smile. Seeing Mika's smile, Yahweh's initial nervousness gradually eased. "Then let's go. Begin our dungeon exploration in our great endeavor." "Yes." Mika and the others responded loudly. Walking on the road towards Babel, Mika and his companions kept conversing. "Melly, don't forget to buy some portable food. We'll be having lunch in the dungeon. Leave it to me." "Ermid, have you prepared the necessary medicines?" "I prepared them yesterday." "Then I'm relieved." Hearing their responses, Mika's initial nervousness gradually eased. After all, this was his first time heading to the dungeon. Tightening his backpack, Mika relaxed his clenched fist. Unlike other adventurer teams, Mika and his companions didn't need a supporter. They were all self-sufficient, carrying smaller backpacks that wouldn't hinder their combat abilities. However, this will only suffice for the upper and middle levels. As we go deeper, this amount won't be enough. I hope we can acquire some storage equipment or abilities in the next world or the one after. Tightening his backpack, Mika thought to himself. So many people. Upon arriving at the plaza beneath Babel, Mika and his companions couldn't help but marvel. The spacious plaza was filled with people. Humans, beastmen, dwarves, prums, elves, various races were all present. Unlike the mix of races typically seen on the streets, everyone here was an adventurer. Mika and his companions could clearly feel the murderous aura from them, and their equipment was all very refined. Such good equipment everywhere. Melly couldn't help but feel envious, recalling the top-tier equipment and prices they saw at Hephaestus's store a few days ago. Compared to these adventurers, Mika and his companions' equipment looked quite ordinary. Hearing Melly's comment, Mika shook his head helplessly. "For now, our equipment is sufficient. Don't aim too high, Melly. Mika said softly, patting Melly's shoulder. With our current strength, using too good of equipment might attract unwanted attention and cause trouble. Among all the adventurers in Orario, nearly half were LV.1. After all, upgrading with divine blessings required great achievements, which essentially meant defeating stronger foes. Not everyone could do that, so many adventurers remained at LV.1. Moreover, the dungeon's layout was conical, getting larger as you go deeper. This combined with the high number of low-level adventurers resulted in a crowded upper level of the dungeon. Mika thought of Bel Cranel's Hestia knife, which was worth 2 billion valis. If it hadn't been a weapon that recognized its owner, Bel might not have even made it out of the dungeon. Most adventurers risked their lives for wealth, and a weak person carrying valuable equipment was an easy target. So, Yahweh's Familia had to be cautious, as they had no strong seniors to protect them. Despite her frustration, Melly understood and accepted Mika's explanation. This was a reality new familias had to face. Seeing her expression, Mika smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, this situation will only last in the upper levels. In the wider middle levels, we won't need to hide our abilities as much. Plus, with our current wealth, we can't afford top-tier equipment anyway. It's better to save up and buy better gear later." As he spoke, Mika patted Melly's head. With his more mature mentality, Mika often treated Melly and Ermid like children, which Melly frequently protested, though Mika rarely heeded. Ermid, however, had gotten used to it. "Don't treat me like a child." Melly slapped Mika's hand away and quickly hid behind Ermid. Sorry. Though he apologized, Melly saw no sincerity on Mika's face. Just as she was about to complain more, Mika suddenly said, "We've finished our final preparations. Let's head to the dungeon." Instantly, Melly and Ermid responded seriously, "Understood. Then let's go." Following the flow of people, Mika and his companions reached the first basement level of Babel. In the center was a huge entrance. Descending the spiral staircase, they soon arrived at the first floor of the dungeon, the uppermost level. In the dungeon, the deeper you go, the stronger and more numerous the monsters become, and the larger the area gets. Every 12 levels, the monsters undergo a significant power increase, marking a new tier of difficulty. The first 12 levels are the upper level, with LV.1 monsters. The next 12 are the middle level, with LV.2 monsters, and so on through the lower, extreme lower, deep, and unknown levels. So, this is the dungeon. At the entrance, Mika and his companions saw a narrow cave. The walls glowed faintly with phosphorescence, keeping the caves from being pitch dark dim, but not hindering combat. "Yes, it matches the maps and information we got from the guild," Mika said calmly, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from the walls, and they watched as a monster seemed to be spit out from the wall. Rar! A kobold emerged, the academic term being Gakan. Upon seeing Mika and his companions, it charged at them excitedly, only to be swiftly defeated. The trio, well trained, drew their weapons and struck in unison, Melly's long sword beheading it, Ermid's short sword piercing its heart, and Mika's great sword slicing it in half. They laughed at their simultaneous attack on such a weak creature. After a good laugh, they squatted down to extract the magic stone from the kobold's corpse. Unlike what Mika had seen in anime, the monster's body didn't instantly turn to ash upon death. Adventurers had to extract the stones themselves, which was why supporters were necessary. "Is this a magic stone?" "No, it's more like a fragment," Melly said, holding the thumbnail-sized stone. "This is just the first floor, after all," Ermid replied, shaking her head. Once the stone was removed, the kobold's body quickly turned to ash. Monsters in the dungeon existed thanks to their magic stones, without them, they disintegrated. Standing up, Mika glanced at the ashes and said, "Let's keep going. With our strength, this level won't provide any real training." "Let's go then." Melly and Ermid agreed eagerly. Forming up, the trio headed deeper into the dungeon. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 16, 15, Combat to Celebration, A Day of Victory and Earnings. More chapters if we actually reach 400 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Watch out. Mika extended his left hand, using the shield attached to his gauntlet to block the attack from the war shadow in front of him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ermid, who had nearly been injured, quickly adjusted her position, fending off another war shadow attacking from their formation's perimeter. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Feeling the tactile sensation of their backs pressed together, Mika surveyed the quickly gathering war shadows around them and immediately used a sword form from water breathing. Gathering all his strength, Mika took a horizontal step and swung his body along with the sweeping strike. The sharp sword stroke swiftly beheaded the war shadows surrounding the trio. At this moment, Mika and his companions were on the 6th floor of the dungeon. After testing the waters on the first floor, they gradually delved deeper, battling the monsters on each level. While adapting to the environment, they searched for suitable places to continue their training, eventually arriving at the 6th floor, where they encountered their first real crisis in the dungeon. A total of 20 war shadows. Encountering so many war shadows was genuinely bad luck. Near a passageway, they had initially met 7 war shadows monsters that appear starting from the 6th floor. As they prepared to fight, 8 more war shadows emerged from the walls on either side. This sudden emergence made the already narrow passage even more cramped, so they decided not to engage there. Just as they considered retreating, more war shadows appeared behind them, blocking their exit. This unfortunate situation made Mika instinctively suspect an irregular event. What is an irregular event? In Orario, there's a saying, the dungeon is alive. This isn't just an empty phrase. The dungeon has a will and harbors malice toward adventurers. Normally, this isn't noticeable, but when adventurers are weakened from previous battles or otherwise off guard, the dungeon often delivers a fatal blow through an irregular event. The most famous irregular event is a monster feast. Normally, the dungeon spawns a limited number of monsters from the walls. But during a monster feast, monsters spawn continuously from the walls, quickly filling the area, and even attracting monsters from other places, creating a deadly situation for adventurers. Other irregular events include cave-ins and enhanced species. A cave-in occurs when the ground beneath adventurers suddenly collapses, dropping them into more dangerous levels. Enhanced species possess strength far beyond others of the same level. Encountering an irregular event is extremely dangerous and can be fatal, which is why adventurers say the dungeon is alive. Though surrounded by monsters, Mika quickly ruled out an irregular event. If it were a monster feast, there would be hundreds of monsters. Moreover, irregular events rarely occur in the upper levels, as the environment there is too small for such events to manifest significantly. Nonetheless, Mika remained vigilant. While they often trained, their abilities were no longer overwhelming on the 6th floor. Neither Ermid nor Melly had experienced life and death combat, and they were more skilled in one-on-one fights, not group battles. With more training, they could handle this easily, but as newcomers, they were still at a disadvantage. Mika also worried the dungeon might exploit their situation, being alive and all. With Mika's water surface slash, the 5 war shadows surrounding them were instantly eliminated. Be careful. War shadows are fast and strong, but their attacks are simple and easy to defend against. Got it. Hearing Mika's assessment, Ermid and Melly nodded, firmly embedding the war shadows' information in their minds. Gripping his sword tighter, Mika began to strategize. Their most dangerous moment had been when they were first surrounded. Had they panicked and lost a member, it would have been much harder to cope. But the trio remained calm and formed a triangular formation, ensuring no blind spots in their defense. By now, they had already slain 8 war shadows, leaving 12 remaining. This number posed no real threat to them, and Mika planned to quickly eliminate them. Let's maintain formation and take the initiative. Formation is crucial for adventurers, especially as they delve deeper where soloing becomes impractical due to the sheer number of monsters. Effective teamwork and formations are necessary to survive and thrive. Yahweh Familia, for instance, could take weaker adventurers to the deeper levels by connecting everyone's strength through formations, with Finn being the master strategist in Orario. Understood. Upon Mika's command, Ermid and Melly spread out slightly and shifted from defense to offense. Mika led the charge, with Ermid and Melly flanking him in a triangular formation. Soon, Mika clashed with the war shadows ahead, smashing one's head with his shield and following up with another water surface slash. Thanks to Yahweh's modifications, this slash was now exceptionally powerful, instantly eliminating any enemy in its path. As they engaged the war shadows, Mika covered Ermid and Melly, compensating for their gaps while all 3 reveled in the thrill of combat and continued honing their skills. That was easy, easy. Looking at the fallen war shadow corpses around her, Melly clapped her hands cheerfully, her face beaming with joy. All right, don't get cocky just yet. Quickly, let's extract the magic stones. Mika gave Melly an exasperated look and shook his head. Aside from the initial danger, the battle had indeed been quite easy overall. Unlike ordinary adventurers, Mika and his companions surpassed others with similar ability values due to their mastery of the breathing technique. This technique significantly boosted their physical capabilities, allowing them to exert combat power far beyond their actual physical limits. As long as they could fully utilize their strength, Mika and his companions rarely faced insurmountable challenges in the upper levels of the dungeon. Of course, irregular events were not considered normal. As expected, encountering irregular events in the upper levels is rare. But we mustn't be complacent. While monster feasts and cave-ins may be unlikely, enhanced species could appear at any moment, Mika thought to himself as he collected the magic stones. Among irregular events, only the appearance of enhanced species isn't directly related to the dungeon itself. Magic stones are the source of monsters' power and can be used as a resource. When monsters consume magic stones, their strength increases, granting them power far exceeding that of their current level. If adventurers encounter a group of monsters with an enhanced species among them and underestimate them, they risk casualties or even complete annihilation. The guild mandates that adventurers must take the magic stones from slain monsters to prevent the emergence of enhanced species. Despite this precaution, enhanced species still appear frequently. I really hope we don't encounter any enhanced species. After collecting the magic stones, Mika led Melly and Ermid further down. They felt the 6th floor was far from their limit. Wow, finally out. Fighting in such a dark, confined environment is really depressing. Melly exclaimed as they exited the dungeon. Mika and Ermid nodded in agreement. For newcomers, such environments could indeed be uncomfortable. But thankfully, these conditions were something they could adapt to over time. Shaking his backpack, which was now full, Mika's lips curled into a smile. Although today's goal was merely to adapt to the environment, their earnings were quite substantial. After testing themselves on each level, they eventually decided to stop and acclimate to the 8th floor before pushing further. They began feeling some pressure starting from the 7th floor, where killer ants, a communal monster, appeared in large numbers, some even capable of attracting more monsters. Recognizing the strength and birth rate of 8th floor monsters, Mika and his companions decided to establish a base there, officially starting their adventuring career. However, they didn't stay long on the 8th floor due to the time wasted on earlier levels and soon began their return journey. Today was the first day of their adventuring life, and their goddess was waiting to celebrate their return. Let's head to the exchange center first. Hurry, hurry! Melly urged excitedly, and Ermid's face also lit up with joy. This was their first real earnings. They quickly reached the exchange center and emptied their backpacks of magic stones onto the counter. Filled with anticipation, they waited. Hello, this is your payment, a total of 32,000 valis. Even though they had seen hundreds of thousands of valis before, the sight of the golden coins in the bag handed to them still made them incredibly happy. Unlike inherited wealth, this was money they had earned through their own efforts. Inheritance is finite, but the money they earned themselves had the potential to grow infinitely. We could have earned even more today. Melly looked regretful as she thought about the time wasted. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Yes, yes. Ermid nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed. Even Mika shared the same sentiment. Money always has a way of stirring various negative emotions. As the trio pondered over ways to earn more valis the next day, the chaotic sounds from outside the guild caught their attention. What's that commotion about? Seeing the crowd gathered around the notice board, the three exchanged glances and pushed their way through the throng. Thanks to their well-trained control over their bodies, they soon made their way to the front. The notice board's announcement came into view, and the surrounding discussions reached their ears. Ryu Lion from the Yahweh Familia has reached level 2 in just 1 year and 2 months. Wow, that's fast. Is that the fastest advancement in Orario? No, no. The fastest record is still held by Alfia from the Yahweh Familia. She took only 1 year and 1 month, a whole month faster. She's a monster of talent. Almost caught up to her. Are all the newcomers this fierce now? Looks like the Yahweh Familia is on the rise. Listening to the conversations around them, Mika, Melly, and Ermid exchanged glances and exited the crowd. As they walked home, they whispered among themselves. Do you think we can surpass that record? I think it's difficult. Mika might be able to, right? Mika? Yeah, he probably can. Hearing this, Mika smiled and said, don't think too much about it. Anyone capable of vying for that record wouldn't actively pursue it. Hey? Why is that? Ermit asked, puzzled. Mika continued, those who can compete for that record are true geniuses, and they usually aim for their limits. They only seek to level up when they can no longer grow. No one would break through just for the sake of a record. Typically, adventurers can level up once any of their abilities reach a D rank. Most ordinary adventurers seek to level up once their abilities reach C or B ranks. However, geniuses push their abilities to A or S ranks before seeking the necessary achievement to level up. The top-tier geniuses only aim for leveling up when all their main combat stats reach S rank and are nearly maxed out. As adventurers level up, the gap between ordinary adventurers and geniuses widens, sometimes producing monsters capable of fighting beyond their level. The most notable example is the future protagonist's aunt, Althea, who could battle a level 9 opponent from her familia when she was only level 7. Considering the level 9's capacity to fight above their rank, Althea's prowess was terrifying. However, Mika knew that Althea's record would soon be broken by Ace Wallenstein, whom Melly once admired. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 17, 16, A Day in the Life of Dungeon Explorers. More chapters if we actually reach 300 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Sword Princess Ace Wallenstein. The person Belle Cranel, the future protagonist, admires. It was because of meeting her that Belle Cranel awakened the abnormal skill Single-Minded Pursuit. It was also thanks to Single-Minded Pursuit that he managed to evolve from level 1 to level 2 in just 1 month. But that's all in the future. If I remember correctly, Ace is still level 1 now, and only 7 years old. Thinking about this, Mika's thoughts began to wander. I wonder if there's a chance to meet her in the upper levels? After all, the upper levels aren't that big. As they pondered various possibilities, Mika and his 2 companions quickly returned to their home in the western part of the city. Welcome back. Before the 3 could reach the front door, Yahweh had already run out from the house. After looking over the 3 of them, Yahweh suddenly chuckled and said, "It's great that you're not injured. Not only are we not injured, even if we were, you wouldn't be able to see it. After all, we have Orario's strongest healer, Ermit, with us." Unlike Melly, who calls herself Orario's future strongest mage, Ermit has already become Orario's strongest healer after awakening her magic Diafratel. I guess that's true. Lightly tapping her own head, Yahweh smiled and said, "You must be tired after a day of exploring. I've already prepared the bath for you, go ahead and soak." "Thank you, Yahweh-sama." Hearing Yahweh's words, Ermit and Melly's faces lit up with happy smiles. After a day of dungeon exploration, the 3's bodies had been drenched in sweat countless times. Add to that the dust from the rocky paths, and Ermit and Melly had been longing for a good bath. Watching the 2 quickly rush into the house, both Mika and Yahweh smiled. Then, the 2 walked back home while chatting. "I remember Yahweh-sama was planning to celebrate, right? Why don't we go out to eat today? The 3 of us made quite a profit today. Is that so? I knew you 3 could do it. In that case, let's go to the Benevolent Mistress. It's close to us too. Then it's settled. Cheers." They clinked their glasses together and drank the contents in one go in a joyful atmosphere. That feels good." Leaning back in his chair, feeling the pleasure of drinking after a bath, Mika let out a contented sigh. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, squinting his eyes, Mika savored the moment. Listening to Melly constantly recounting their dungeon experiences to Yahweh, Ermit's timely interjections, and Yahweh's exclamations and laughter. A smile also appeared on Mika's face. This was the life he pursued. After savoring for a while, Mika curiously looked to the side, surveying the tavern. The Benevolent Mistress. The tavern opened by Mia Grand, the retired captain of the Freya Familia. In the future, this place would be a den of hidden dragons, concealing many strong individuals with unknown pasts. And they're all cute girls too. But now, those future waitresses haven't appeared yet. Actually, that's not quite right. There is one person, the cat person girl, Anya. Mika hadn't noticed her at first, until a regular customer called out her name. He didn't expect her to already be at the Benevolent Mistress at this time. Shaking his head, Mika brought his attention back. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Seeing Mika leaning back in his chair without saying anything, just listening to their conversation, Ermid asked with concern. How could I be? Don't forget, we received your magic treatment before we came out. Because Ermid's magic had the effect of restoring stamina, and she needed to use magic frequently to train her magical power, Mika and Melly often received Ermid's treatment during this period. And before they went out to celebrate, Ermid had also used magic to restore the three's stamina. But while the body can be restored, mental energy can't be recovered so easily. Hearing Ermid's stubborn rebuttal, Mika smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. That's good then. Seeing Ermid's pouting face, Yahweh and Melly sitting opposite laughed. After a light chuckle, looking at Mika, Melly suddenly asked, By the way, I haven't asked how you're doing with your new weapon, Mika. New weapon? You mean the great sword? It feels pretty handy. Earlier, when they were choosing weapons, Yahweh suddenly said to let the three of them choose an extra weapon each, to train their skills with new weapons. According to Yahweh, swordsmanship was just the basics. She told Mika and the others not to always walk the path of swordsmanship just because they learn sword techniques. They should try to find weapons they like and suit them. This way, they could develop better. Moreover, with their foundation in swordsmanship and the support of breathing techniques, Mika and the others could quickly catch up to their current sword skill progress with other weapons. As the saying goes, Master one, Master all. Cold weapon techniques all have similarities. Besides, as a small but high-quality elite familia, while Mika and the others might not become true all-rounders, they should still strive to develop as hexagonal warriors. This way, they could make up for the disadvantage of having fewer members compared to other familias. So, under Yahweh's request and considering her future development, Melly, who wanted to become a mage, chose to learn staff techniques. Ermid, wanting to complement the team's response capabilities, chose to learn spear techniques. According to her idea, as a healer, she didn't rely heavily on staff quality, so she could completely use a staff made into a spear. She didn't want to just be a healer protected in the middle by the other two. As for Mika, being the close combat fighter, he ultimately chose a great sword and a one-handed shield. He chose the great sword to increase weapon damage and inherit the weapon left by his father. The one-handed shield was chosen because as the frontline fighter and the only male in the familia, Mika naturally had to take on the role of the vanguard. He needed to become a shield, protecting the two behind him. Considering that a proper shield would be too cumbersome, Mika chose a one-handed shield, and one that could be combined with a gauntlet at that. As for whether the corresponding techniques were too niche, they could just ask Yahweh about that. With her around, what kind of technique couldn't be created? Sure enough, as Mika expected, in just one day, Yahweh had sorted out the techniques the three needed, and they were tailor-made, with a body adaptation rate of 120%. However, due to the short time, except for Mika who was progressing well with the new weapon as it was also a sword, Ermid and Melly had just started and hadn't reached the level where they could use them in the dungeon. Just being handy isn't enough, you three still have a lot to practice. Sending the food from her plate into her mouth, Yahweh revealed a blissful smile. For her, nothing in the human world attracted her more than delicious food. Don't worry, we won't slack off. Using his fork to roll up some food and stuff it into Yahweh's mouth, blocking her words, Mika responded with a grin. But, this means our lives will be very busy from now on. Exploring the dungeon during the day, honing new skills with Yahweh at night. If it weren't for Ermid's magic to restore stamina, this would seem impossible to achieve. Which means, we'll be counting on you from now on, Ermid. Looking at Ermid beside them, Mika and Melly said in unison as they came to the same realization. The busy life began from this point. As newcomers to Orario, the three who were unfamiliar with this dungeon continuously learned. They gained knowledge about various aspects of the dungeon and honed their various skills. In this busy life, although Mika and his companions were working very hard, they also felt genuine joy. This feeling of constant improvement was irresistible to them. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Walking at the front of the team, Mika, fully armored and with a great sword on his shoulder, carefully observed the surrounding environment. On his left arm, a round one-handed shield was embedded. And at his waist, a long sword was hanging. Although he was full of openings as he moved forward, if they truly encountered enemies, all these openings on his body would instantly become deadly traps. After a month of battles, Mika had undergone earth-shattering changes. Both his swordsmanship and breathing techniques had grown by leaps and bounds this month. Especially his breathing technique, Mika's water breathing had now reached the level of total concentration breathing, constant. This meant he could maintain the breathing technique state 24 hours a day. This level was also the minimum standard for becoming a pillar, the strongest combatant in the Demon Slayer Corps. Ermid and Melly behind him had also reached this level. At this moment, Ermid wielding a spear and Melly holding a staff were following right behind him. After a month of battles, the three's proficiency with their new weapons had caught up to their former swordsmanship level. After all, with the guidance of Yahweh, an all-rounder, the progress of the three was beyond what others could even imagine. However, among the two, Melly had made the most progress. She had awakened a new magic. Dream Prison. Mental magic. Makes the enemy's consciousness immerse in a dream, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Dream manipulation. When Melly's magic awakened, Mika could clearly sense her disappointment. Although this magic was powerful, it was completely different from the magic Melly had imagined. The mage Melly wanted to become was like Riveria, who could manipulate powerful magic and annihilate all monsters before her with a wave of her hand. Mika agreed with Melly's imagined image. After all, he had also wanted to become such an existence back then. Although the fantasy was beautiful, reality was harsh. Looking at the dejected Melly, Mika finally promised her that he would definitely find a world where she could learn magic to fulfill her dream of becoming a mage like Riveria. Only then did Melly come out of her depressed state. And after accepting her magic, the clever Melly quickly mastered her magic completely. She gradually developed many ways to use it. Stay alert, there are monsters ahead. Walking in the passage, although nothing could be seen yet, Mika was already fully aware of the situation ahead. And this was all thanks to his ears. Hearing Mika's warning, Ermid and Melly quickly entered a battle-ready state. Passing through this passage, a slightly spacious rock chamber appeared before the three. And in this rock chamber, dozens of killer ants were occupying the area, blocking the path to other passages. TCH, although killer ants are group monsters, this number is too many. Staring at the killer ants ahead, Melly seriously asked, "What should we do, fight or retreat?" "Let's fight. It's a good chance to try out Melly's newly developed magic technique." Knowing that Melly had developed a new technique, Mika said seriously. "Then let's do it." Waving the staff in her hand, Melly's lips curved slightly upward. "Charge!" Looking at the group of killer ants ahead, Mika put his shield in front and quickly charged forward. With Mika's rapid pace, his body directly rushed into the monster group. With the momentum from the charge, the killer ants right in front of Mika were directly knocked flying. Water breathing, first form, surface slash. As soon as Mika stopped after rushing into the killer ant group, he swung the great sword in his hand in a surface slash. In the dungeon environment, where he needed to be mindful of his companions, the technique Mika used most often was this surface slash. Because of this, he had honed this move to be incredibly sharp. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. Following closely behind Mika, Ermid wielding her spear leapt into the air, performing a waterfall basin from above into the killer ant group. Melly, on the other hand, remained in place, standing her staff in front of her. Immerse in the dream. Unlike the power of magic, the incantation for Dream Prison was only an ultra-short incantation magic. According to common sense, the power level of magic is related to the length of the incantation. The longer the incantation, the stronger the magic. And the length of incantations is divided into ultra-short, short, long, and ultra-long. If judging solely on the strength of the magic, Melly's magic should at least be a long incantation magic. But there are always exceptions. Like Mika's magic, the first two stages had incantations, but the third stage didn't. As for the reason, of course, it wasn't needed. Self-combustion had replaced the effect of the incantation. And Melly's magic had a similar principle. The strength of Melly's magic was determined by her mental power and her dream-weaving ability. Mental power is mana. Moreover, the most important thing was the dream-weaving ability. If the dream-weaving ability was poor, the upper limit of this magic would be very low. This was also why Melly's magic incantation was extremely short. As Melly's magic activated, countless petals began to float in this rock chamber. And as the petals fell, 6 killer ants suddenly attacked their companions, killing 6 unprepared killer ants instantly. This was the new application Melly had developed. By making the monsters immerse in dreams, she could control them to attack. At this moment, in the eyes of the monsters immersed in the dream, what they were killing were Mika and Ermid, not their own kind. As for those falling petals, they were bait released by Melly to make it easier for enemies to fall into the dream, a product of the dream. As expected of a genius who wants to become the strongest mage, simultaneously operating the dreams of so many monsters, making them accurately kill other monsters, what a terrifying control ability. After slaying the killer ants around him, looking at the killer ants fighting their own kind, Mika couldn't help but exclaim. It was only at this moment that Mika truly realized Melly's talent. Melly has always been this excellent. Although Ermid's voice was calm, the pride in her tone was undisguisable. I accept your praise. Controlling the killer ants to kill each other, experiencing a different kind of mage experience, Melly's face was full of smiles. Under the powerful strength of Mika's team, there were soon few killer ants left in the rock chamber. Just as the three were about to finish up, footsteps sounded from the passage they had come from. Attracted by these footsteps and worried about unexpected situations, all three immediately raised their vigilance. As the footsteps grew louder, two figures soon appeared before the three. It was a combination of one adult and one child. Although there were differences between fantasy and reality, Mika still quickly recognized the two. The newcomers were none other than the strongest mage of the Loki Familia, Nine Hell Riveria, and the future sword princess Ace Wallenstein. P.S. Consider reviewing and dropping some power stones. I would be very grateful and motivated. Chapter 17, The 9th Floor Challenge. More chapters if we actually reach 300 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Lady Riveria, and Ace Wallenstein. Besides Mika, Melly also recognized these two. After all, one was Melly's goal to surpass, and the other was the hero she once wanted to support. You are? Hearing Melly's exclamation, Riveria asked curiously. Riveria wasn't surprised that her name was called out, after all, she was Orario's strongest mage, and few adventurers in Orario wouldn't know her name. Usually, when encountering strangers' exclamations in the dungeon, she would only nod in response. The reason she verbally responded to Melly was because of Melly's bloodline. Melly was a half-elf, half-human. As an elven royal, Riveria naturally had a caring feeling towards elf descendants. I'm Melly Ambrosius. Ambrosius. Hearing Melly's self-introduction, Riveria's expression couldn't help but change. The Ambrosius family was closely related to the royal family among elves, a family that branched out from the elven royal family, so in a sense, Riveria and Melly had a blood relationship. You probably haven't been to the education district, have you? No, I came out to adventure directly. I see. Riveria nodded slightly. Then she looked towards Mika and Ermid, who were cleaning up the battlefield after dealing with the killer ants. Those are your companions, right? Yes, they're called Mika and Ermid. We're all companions from the same familia, and Mika is our familia's captain. Then your familia is? It's the Yahweh Familia. Although it's still a new, small familia, I really like the atmosphere there. That's good that you like it. Facing Melly, Riveria couldn't help but show her elder side, her tone full of care. Then I won't disturb you anymore. If you want to learn magic knowledge, you can come find me at the Loki Familia. I'll inform the guards. Really? Is that okay? Melly asked excitedly. As a self-taught mage, Melly was destined to only improve her magic skills through self-summary. But if she could get Riveria's guidance, she could definitely avoid many detours. This would make her power much stronger. Of course it's okay. Patting Melly's shoulder, Riveria turned to leave. Let's go, Ace. Oh. After curiously glancing at Melly and the distant Mika and Ermid, Ace quickly turned around and hurried to catch up with Riveria. After watching Riveria and Ace's figures completely disappear, Melly excitedly ran towards Mika and Ermid. Ha ha ha. I'm going to learn magic from Lady Riveria. The Yahweh Familia, hey. Walking in the dim passage, Riveria muttered thoughtfully. What's wrong with the Yahweh Familia? Ace, following beside Riveria, asked curiously. The current Ace was very different in personality from the future Ace. If the future Ace could be described as emotionless and airhead, the current Ace was mischievous and a bit of a troublemaker. So, at this time, she was still very lively. Hearing Ace's question, Riveria pondered for a moment before deciding to tell Ace what was on her mind. Goddess Yahweh of the Yahweh Familia seems to be an old acquaintance of Lady Loki from when they were in the heaven. She came to visit Lady Loki a while ago. It's said that she had just descended to the lower world 7 months ago and had 3 newly accepted Familia members. That should be Melly and the other 2, right? If so, those 3 should have been adventurers for at most 7 months, right? But from what I saw of their movements during the battle earlier, they're not at all inferior to you. Isn't this a bit too unusual? As the guardian of the young girl beside her, Riveria was very clear about how fast Ace's progress was. But precisely because of this, she felt the progress of Mika's group was abnormal. She couldn't understand it. If it was just one person like this, she wouldn't feel as strange as she did now. After all, geniuses can be found anywhere. Like Ryuolion from the Yahweh Familia who was just named Gale, wasn't she a rare genius? But the problem was the number, it was too unusual. Not inferior to me. Hearing Riveria's evaluation, Ace's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. I won't let them catch up to me, Ace said firmly. Looking at Ace's spirited expression, Riveria was stunned for a moment before smiling. That's right, you won't lose to them. Riveria, let's go to the 12th floor today. For today, we can make an exception. And so, with confident exchanges, Riveria and Ace headed towards the depths of the dungeon. La la la. Sitting in a corner of the dungeon, eating lunch, Mika and Ermid were helplessly shaking their heads at Melly, who was sitting beside them humming songs. Although Riveria is willing to teach you magic knowledge, aren't you a bit too excited? Am I? Of course you are. If you don't believe me, ask Ermid. Feeling Melly's questioning yet joyful gaze, Ermid kept nodding. Indeed, very excited. But isn't this normal? After all, it's Lady Riveria. Recalling the attitude of elf adventurers towards Riveria, who was of the elven royal family, in the original story, Mika decided not to persuade her further. Then he used a tactic to change the subject. What do you say, should we go to the 9th floor? The 9th floor? Ermid and Melly's expressions became serious. Although they had been on the 8th floor for a month now, going to the 9th floor was still something that needed to be discussed. Seeing Melly's serious expression, Mika nodded inwardly. After a month of battles, the personalities of all three had become more steady. Previously, although Melly had grand dreams, she was after all a 14-year-old girl with quite a bit of girlish romance in her heart. But after a month of tempering, she had become more steady and was growing towards the image of her dreams. Let's go. Although the 9th floor has been strengthened in terms of monster strength and spawn rate, it's not like the 10th or 11th floor, there's no fundamental difference. Among the upper 12 floors, the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors shared similar terrain environments. Compared to the previous 7 floors, these 3 floors had many more rock chambers, and the ceiling height had increased from 2 or 3 meters to 7 or 8 meters. Therefore, compared to the narrow environment of the previous 7 floors, the environment here was slightly more spacious. At the same time, the number of monsters, their strength, and even the rate at which monsters spawned were different from the previous 7 floors. This was the depths of the upper floors. Among these 3 floors, new changes occurred starting from the 10th floor. The entire 10th floor was shrouded in thick fog, and among the monsters born there were large species present. The so-called large species were all elite monsters among monsters, with strength far surpassing other monsters on the same floor. Therefore, the 10th floor was far more dangerous than the 9th floor. And after the 11th floor, it became even more dangerous. That was the deepest part of the upper floors. Let alone the strength of the monsters, just the fact that abnormal situations may occur starting from the 11th floor determined that it was full of danger. But those were matters for after the 10th floor. Compared to the later floors, the 9th floor was nothing. If that's the case, then it's decided. After lunch, we'll head to the 9th floor. Holding his lunchbox, Mika said calmly. Stepping into the passage leading to the 9th floor, Mika, Melly, and Ermid's expressions were filled with vigilance. A new floor represented new challenges, and the danger level of the 9th floor was definitely higher than that of the 8th. Originally, Ermid and Melly's abilities shouldn't have allowed them to venture this deep. But the existence of the breathing technique gave them the confidence to go deeper. Of course, the most important factor was Mika. Although Mika's progress in a year and a half in the world of Demon Slayer was equivalent to their half-year progress, Mika hadn't wasted any of that extra year and a half. In terms of basic abilities, Mika was much stronger than them. In fact, with Mika's own strength, he could even go to the 10th or 11th floor. And if you added his magic, there was nowhere in the upper floors he couldn't go. It was because of Mika's presence that the two of them dared to explore the deeper upper floors. Be careful, there are people ahead. Mika's keen hearing picked up the sounds ahead of them in the passage. Sensing the malicious intent in the voices, Mika prepared for a fight. Upon hearing Mika's warning, Ermid and Melly quickly got ready. From their understanding of Mika, they knew. If the people ahead were ordinary travelers, Mika wouldn't have spoken so softly. He was being cautious about the people ahead. As the three continued forward, they soon saw 7 figures around the bend in the passage. They were 7 burly adventurers. Mika could see the ferocity in their eyes. At this moment, these 7 were leaning against the wall leading to the 9th floor, chatting and laughing. As soon as Mika and his companions saw these 7 adventurers, the 7 also noticed them. Seeing Mika's group, the 7 adventurers initially tensed up. But soon, their vigilance relaxed significantly. After all, the faces of Mika and his companions were too young, which made them seem like children in the eyes of the 7. Meanwhile, their gazes towards Ermid and Melly were filled with desire. Thus, in an atmosphere of mutual caution, the 2 groups passed each other. Ugh, such disgusting looks. After leaving those people behind, Melly grumbled. Ermid nodded in agreement. Although their beauty often attracted attention in the dungeon, it was the first time they had encountered such blatant stares. It seems they have bad intentions. As a man, Mika understood. The adventurers' gazes were not merely appreciative, they were filled with intentions of doing something more. Realizing this, Mika's expression became serious. Help! Help! Just as Mika's group was about to exit the passage and reach the 9th floor, a cry for help reached their ears. Without hesitation, the 3 of them ran forward. As soon as they exited the passage, they saw 2 adventurers, a man and a woman, surrounded by dozens of killer ants and war shadows. From the surrounding monster corpses, it was clear they had killed 20 or 30 monsters before becoming exhausted. Seeing this, Mika was about to charge into the monster horde to rescue the 2 adventurers. Although the dozens of monsters could be a bit troublesome for Mika's group, they could manage to deal with them. While the 9th floor's monsters were stronger than those on the 8th, they weren't beyond their ability to handle. Just as Mika and Ermid were ready to charge in, Melly's serious voice interrupted them. Mika, use your long sword and go all out to take them down quickly. Ermid, don't engage, stay here with me. Understanding Melly's suggestion immediately, Mika nodded, then planted his large sword into the ground and drew the long sword from his waist. This long sword was a relic from Mika's mother, her close combat weapon. Although Mika's mother was a mage, she had been a swordswoman before awakening her magic, and she had never stopped practicing swordsmanship. Thus, her long sword was a first-class weapon worth millions. Originally, Mika had planned not to use the weapons left by his parents until they reached level 2, to avoid drawing too much attention. But this sword was different. After some modifications, Mika carried it with him for emergencies. Mika was confident he could protect Ermid and Melly in the upper floors, but he would never let that confidence turn into arrogance. He knew his confidence came from his magic, heavenly fire, calamity. Once he used his magic, in the less densely populated upper floors, Mika was almost invincible. However, the first stage of his magic, heavenly fire, calamity, had a significant drawback: it caused great damage to weapons. Once Mika used his magic, an ordinary sword would be reduced to ashes. Currently, the only weapons in his possession that could withstand his flames were the first-class weapons left by his parents. Though in the future, as Mika grew stronger, even these weapons would become fragile, they were the best choice for now. Burn, with these flames as your armor. With Mika's chant, intense flames quickly ignited. Crimson flames wrapped around Mika, forming a suit of fiery armor. At the same time, his sword was engulfed in blazing flames. With a heavy step, Mika's speed, boosted by the flames, became blindingly fast, and in a blink, he was amidst the monster horde. With a single swing of his flaming sword, a swath of monsters was instantly set ablaze. In the face of the burning first-class weapon, the upper floor monsters stood no chance against Mika's strikes. Accelerated by the flames, Mika, now a crimson flash, continued to reap the monsters' lives, cutting them down. In no time, not a single living monster remained in the cavern. Are you two okay? Mika approached the collapsed pair and asked gently. Thank you for saving us. Looking at Mika, the two were so moved they wanted to kowtow in gratitude. But Mika quickly stopped them and helped them up. Seeing their bodies covered in wounds, Mika asked, do you have any high-grade healing potions left? We used up all our high-grade potions earlier, the man replied bitterly. I see. Mika turned and called out, Ermid, bring some of our high-grade healing potions. Coming. Ermit immediately took out some high-grade healing potions and hurried over. While Mika's group didn't need high-grade potions due to Ermit's magic, they carried them to conceal Ermit's identity. Thank you, benefactor. When we get back, we'll make sure to repay your kindness. Haha, I'll be waiting. We're from the Yahweh Familia, so don't go to the wrong place. No, we won't. We'll definitely find you. Listening to Mika's conversation in the distance, Melly wandered around the cavern. Soon, she found what she was looking for. A small, stinky cloth bag. Chapter 19, 18, Bloodbath in the Dungeon. More chapters if we actually reach 300 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Are we being targeted? Ermit asked confusedly upon hearing Melly's serious words. By now, the 2 people Mika had rescued earlier had left, and Mika's group of 3 were discussing among themselves, sitting in the corner of a rocky chamber. I found this at the spot where those 2 were earlier, Melly said with disgust as she tossed a small cloth pouch onto the ground. It stinks. Ermit exclaimed, stepping back a few paces. It's a trap item, Mika said, recognizing the small pouch. It was a taunt-type trap item, generally used by adventurers confident in their skills to trigger a small monster feast and increase hunting efficiency. Of course, it was also often used by those intending to rob and murder. It must be those guys we encountered earlier, Mika said, recalling the uninhibited look in their eyes when they met in the passage. He realized they might have been targeting the 3 of them since then, either because of the beautiful Ermit and Melly by his side, or because their unexpected appearance had thwarted the group's plans. These people would likely come after the 3 of them to recoup their losses. At the same time, Mika understood Melly's earlier behavior. When Mika went to save those people, Melly had Ermit hide on one side of the passage without revealing herself. This must have been a precaution against those people. Exactly, Melly said seriously, gesturing with her finger. At that time, I alone blocked the passage entrance, so those guys couldn't clearly see what was happening on this side. Judging from their methods, they're cautious and probably won't directly confront us. Of course, to be safe, hiding Ermit was crucial, she continued. This way, they'll misjudge our strength. When they try to ambush us in the future, this misjudgment will cost them their lives. Bravo! Mika and Ermit applauded after hearing Melly's analysis. You've grown a lot, Melly, Mika praised. That's right, you're becoming more and more like a strategist. Ermit added. Really? Hearing Mika and Ermit's praise, Melly immediately smiled, unable to maintain her composure. Ha ha ha. Seeing Melly break character so quickly, Mika and Ermit couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. Hearing their laughter, Melly pretended to cough a few times, then changed the subject. Stop laughing, we're discussing something important. How should we guard against their possible future ambush? Why should we guard against it? Mika asked seriously, his smile quickly fading. Of course we should guard against it, otherwise Melly's initially excited voice gradually quieted as she saw Mika's serious expression. Then what do you suggest? She asked. As they say, there are 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against one. We'll eventually let our guard down over time. So we should take the initiative and eliminate the threat, Mika said. Ermit and Melly shuddered, sensing the killing intent in Mika's words. Although they had killed countless monsters in recent days, they had never thought about killing people. But Ermit quickly came to her senses. Always supportive of Mika, she said seriously, the place where they are is the passage connecting 2 floors. People frequently come and go there, making it difficult to erase traces. Then let's lure them to a corner, Melly suggested, having also recovered. She quickly outlined a rough plan. They're probably looking for us now. We'll show ourselves, then during battles with monsters, we'll hint at wanting to train, gradually leading them to a corner of this floor. As for where to lead them, Melly spread out the upper floor map purchased from the guild on the ground. After some thought, she chose a corner as the target and 2 or 3 corners as backups. After thousands of years of exploration, the maps sold by the guild were extremely accurate. With each descending level, the area of the entire 9th floor was already quite large, but most adventurers would only follow the shortest route marked on the map to the next floor. Even adventurers who stayed to hunt on the 9th floor would wander near the main routes, as it was beneficial for roaming. After all, it takes time for monsters to respawn after being killed, and no one would wait in one place. As for those corners and edges, almost no one went there. If anyone did go there, it was mostly people confident in their abilities, using items to attract other monsters and increase hunting efficiency. Such people would generally worry about affecting others or being affected by others, so they chose to use bait in corners where almost no one went. It was to prevent such people from causing the plan to fail that Melly chose several backup locations. Then it's decided, Mika said, finalizing the matter. Seeing Ermit and Melly's silence, he seriously consoled them. Although it might sound hypocritical, you shouldn't overthink this. The people we're going to kill are utterly evil. If we hadn't appeared, those two people would have certainly died here today. Moreover, their methods show they're experienced, which indicates how many people have died at their hands before. So don't feel conflicted about this. Don't worry, we won't feel conflicted, Ermit said, shaking her head as she looked at Mika's hand. That's right, I prepared myself for this even before becoming an adventurer, Melly said seriously, also reaching out to hold their hands. Whatever choice you make, we'll stand by your side. After all, we're companions. Their hands clasped tightly together, and feeling this trust, the nervousness in Mika's heart about the impending killing gradually relaxed. After all, it was also his first time engaging in killing his own kind. Then let's start preparing for our action. After detailed planning, the three of them disguised themselves as if they had just been through a battle and came to the main passage leading to the next floor. Here, as expected, they encountered surveillance again. Following the plan, the three of them continuously sought out monsters to fight, loudly discussing their intention to train, revealing this information to those watching them. Then they guided them to a rocky chamber in a corner. After clearing the monsters in the chamber, the three collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. The physical exhaustion wasn't an act by the three. They were novices at acting and couldn't fool these experienced individuals. Therefore, Mika and his companions were truly exhausted now. Sure enough, as the three were catching their breath, 7 burly figures slowly emerged from the passage, appearing before Mika's eyes. It really came without any effort, they've walked right into a dead end. Boss, it's so secluded here, maybe we could have some fun first. I was thinking the same thing. As if they had already determined the fate of the three, these 7 people didn't care about Mika and his companions' reactions, discussing among themselves how to deal with the three. But they were completely unaware of who was truly the hunter and who was the prey in this hunt. Ermid was the first to act. Placing her long spear before her eyes, she began chanting a spell. Drops of healing, tears of light, eternal sacred domain, call forth the light melody here. 365 rhythms, the calendar of healing shall save all things. Then, come forth, break the evil. Bury the wounds, send away illness, curse be sent to the other shore, to the pivot of light. In the name of the sacred I heal. It's magic, retreat quickly. Seeing Ermid chanting, the 7 quickly withdrew. Dia Fratel. Where do you think you're going? Ignite, ride forth with this wheel of flame. Recovering injuries and stamina through Ermid's magic, Mika drew his long sword and, under the spray of flames, leaped past everyone present, blocking the exit of this rocky chamber first. Didn't you want to have some fun? Come on then. Mika smiled coldly, killing intent flowing from his eyes. Bastard, get the hell out of my way. After realizing that Ermid's magic was healing magic, the 7 fleeing men immediately slowed their pace. This allowed Mika to block the passage before them. By now, these 7 in the rocky chamber had recognized the danger. Their rich experience told them they had kicked an iron plate this time. This situation made these usually smooth operators panic. The first to act was the burly man wielding an axe, closest to the passage. Originally, he had a chance to escape the chamber, but greed made him stay, and he lost his opportunity to flee. Facing Mika, who was now at close quarters, he quickly suppressed his panic. Years of adventuring had honed his courage, which now surged within him. Staring intently at the youthful Mika, even though magical flames cloaked his body, the man still launched his attack. The heavy axe, concentrating all his strength, swung towards Mika's head with overwhelming force. Observing the man's movements, Mika also swung his long sword. His target was also the man's head. The flame-ignited long sword collided with the man's great axe in mid-air. The sharp sword cut through the axe along its trajectory as easily as cutting vegetables. The ignited flames gradually melted it. The flaming sword flowed smoothly like water across the man's neck, severing his head in an instant while simultaneously evaporating his blood completely. Only 2 sections of fiercely burning flesh remained on the ground, gradually turning to ash. Without any chance to resist, this muscular axe-wielding man died so casually. Witnessing this scene, everyone present fell silent. But what followed was even more ferocious resistance. In their eyes, Mika had been concealing his strength all along, deliberately luring them to this corner. He must be after their lives. If so, there was nothing left to say. All that remained was a fight to the death. The remaining 6, their savage nature aroused, wielded various weapons and rushed quickly towards Mika. They knew clearly that a death battle wasn't the best choice. Forcefully attacking Mika and then escaping was currently the most appropriate action. Second, third, let's push forward. Yes, big brother. Charging to Mika's front, facing Mika's slash, one of the 6 firmly blocked Mika's attack with his shield. As experienced criminals who often targeted wealthy individuals, these people always chose affluent targets. Therefore, their accumulated wealth over the years was quite substantial. A second-level shield. Mika was slightly surprised, looking at the shield that had retreated several steps but wasn't cut through. With the sharpness of a first-level weapon plus the destructive power of flames, only other first-level weapons or second-level shields could withstand such damage. After all, shields as weapons were inherently tougher and more resistant than other weapons. It blocked it. Seeing the second block Mika's attack, the remaining people couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of the second-level weapon we invested most of our property to buy, the leader of the group said, his eyes gleaming with pride. As a criminal gang that often ambushed wealthy individuals, their biggest worry was the target using a weapon that didn't match their strength, a magic sword. A magic sword was a one-time weapon that could release magic. This kind of weapon was very similar to the magic scrolls in Mika's memory, both being weapons that the weak could use to counterattack the strong. After all, those they wanted to hunt were rich people, and it wasn't impossible for them to carry a magic sword. Therefore, they invested most of their income to customize this shield from the Hephaestus Familia, which was particularly excellent in magic defense. Now, relying on this shield, they finally saw hope of survival. Attack with all your might. Die. The second holding the shield charged at Mika with it, trying to block all his movement routes. The other 2 hiding behind the shield also took the opportunity to thrust at Mika from both sides with a long spear and a great sword. At this critical moment, Mika suddenly stopped retreating and stepped on the incoming shield. Using the force of the shield's impact, he leaped high into the air. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Adjusting his position through a mid-air rotation, Mika rapidly descended, slashing towards the 3 men behind the shield. Meanwhile, the other 3 adventurers at the rear, hearing their leader's call to attack with all might, quickly pulled out their trump card items. These were magic swords. 2 magic swords were held high by 2 of the rear members, raised towards Mika. The other member, holding a dagger, protected the 2. He hadn't forgotten about the other 2 in Mika's group. He kept his eyes on Ermid and Melly, guarding against them interrupting the other 2's attacks. At this moment, Ermid was rapidly approaching with her long spear, while Melly stood behind, raising her staff high. Seeing this, the dagger-wielding man prepared for battle. But unfortunately, his opponent wasn't the approaching Ermid. Immerse yourself in dreams. With Melly's incantation, beautiful petals scattered across the sky. Seeing this, the dagger-wielding adventurer suddenly fell into a dreamlike state. Because human consciousness was far stronger than monsters, Melly, who could normally control 6 monsters simultaneously, could only control 1 person when facing adventurers. And it was easily interrupted. But at this moment, unknown to anyone, Melly's magic was the most secretive weapon. Without any defense, the adventurer holding the flame magic sword instantly had his throat cut by the dagger-wielding adventurer, falling into endless darkness. Although one magic sword wielder was killed, there wasn't time to stop the other. Lightning! Golden light instantly shot out. Even though he was pierced from behind by Ermid's long spear the next moment, his magic had already been released. Mika, be careful! Melly shouted from afar. While rotating in mid-air, Mika had already seen the situation on Ermid's side. He certainly didn't miss the lightning bolt that was fired. If he wanted to dodge, Mika was confident he could do so without injury. But if he did, the other 3 who were already close to the passage would have a chance to escape. Although Mika was confident he could catch up with them and keep them all on the 9th floor, it could very likely lead to unexpected situations. Not other circumstances, but being witnessed by other adventurers. The guild strictly prohibited adventurers from killing each other. Even with the most justifiable reasons, it wasn't allowed. That's why when Mika decided to eliminate these people, he lured them to a deserted corner. If Mika's pursuit was seen by others, to protect his companions, he would have to silence them forever. But killing innocent people was not what Mika wanted to see. So, just die here peacefully. Using the water wheel technique, Mika slashed down from mid-air, directly killing the shield bearer. Second. At the same time, the lightning bolt from behind pierced Mika's left shoulder, but this couldn't shake his resolve in the slightest. After landing, his body erupted in flames. Stomping heavily on the ground, accelerated by the flame propulsion, Mika directly crashed into the arms of Third, who was holding the long spear, and pierced his heart with the long sword. Damn it! Seeing all his companions die in an instant, the remaining team leader quickly ran towards the exit. But Mika wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Releasing his long sword, he picked up the dead man's long spear. After igniting it with flames, Mika threw it. Accelerated by flame propulsion, the long spear instantly broke through the void, catching up with the fleeing enemy leader. With its powerful kinetic energy, the spear directly pierced the enemy's heart, pinning him to the wall. With this, the hunters who wanted to hunt their prey became the prey, all hunted down here. Chapter 20, 19, The Weight of Battle, Mika's Journey to LV2. More chapters if we actually reach 300 power stones today. I will drop 3 extra chapters. Don't forget to review. Mika, are you okay? Rushing to Mika's side, Ermid and Melly anxiously looked at his left shoulder, concerned about his injury. No problem, the bleeding has stopped. Mika felt a warm sensation from Ermid and Melly's concern. Smiling gently, he waved his hand. How can that be? I clearly saw your left shoulder get pierced. Ermid looked disbelieving. On the other hand, Melly seemed to have an epiphany and then lightly knocked on Ermid's head with a playful smile. Hey, Ermid, this is the effect of your magic, isn't it? How can you not know? My magic effect. Ermid was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized it. Seeing this, Mika and Melly both chuckled. Ermid's healing magic had a continuous protection effect. Once it was applied to someone, it would keep healing them for a while. The previous battle seemed long but ended quickly. Even now, Ermid's magic was still working, though its effect had diminished. Mika's smile lasted only a moment before his expression turned serious. Now is not the time to relax. Mika said in a heavy tone, Melly, go guard the entrance outside the passage. Prevent anyone from entering here. If you encounter any passers-by, tell them we're using bait. Got it. Understanding the importance of the task, Melly immediately ran towards the passage. Ermid, let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Apart from the Folly and magic stones, we can keep other equipment with indistinct features. Everything else will be destroyed. Understood. Ermid responded crisply but kept glancing at Mika's wound. Seeing this, Mika reached out and gently patted her head, then spoke softly, don't worry. Thanks to you, the wound has stopped bleeding. It just needs a little more healing, which isn't urgent and can wait. Okay. Ermid nodded slightly and then ran towards the 3 fallen individuals to complete the task quickly. Mika shook his head and walked briskly towards where the other 4 had fallen. After a search, Mika and Ermid sorted the items that could be kept. Hey, are we keeping the shield too? Ermid looked surprised at the conspicuous shield among the items. According to Mika, weapons and armor weren't to be kept. It doesn't matter. I saw them take it out from their packs earlier. It should be a concealed weapon. Just like we don't dare to use first-level weapons casually in the lower floors, these guys also don't dare to show off this custom-made high-grade second-level shield. After all, no one knows the danger of such behavior better than they do. Ermid understood. You handle this side and pack it in our bag. I'll deal with the bodies. Piling the 7 bodies together, Mika extended his palm towards them. Burn, oh fiery wheel! Scorching flames erupted from Mika's palm, quickly engulfing the bodies. Watching the bodies burn, Mika felt a sense of discomfort. As the adrenaline of battle faded, normal emotions returned, and a sense of guilt surfaced in his heart. Killing one's own kind was always hard to accept. Similarly, Ermid and Melly, standing nearby, also looked uneasy. Staring at the roaring flames, all 3 were silent until Mika suddenly spoke. Remember this guilt and discomfort. Never forget today's feelings. We killed them for our safety. This will likely happen again and again in the future. Ermid and Melly shuddered, fully understanding the likely future. so, we must never forget today's feelings. We must never get used to killing. If we ever become accustomed to killing, we'll become desensitized, and our moral boundaries will keep lowering. Today we kill to protect ourselves, tomorrow, we might kill for gain. Remember, we must respect life. We aren't getting stronger to kill but for our dreams. Gazing at the intensifying flames, Mika spoke continuously. He wasn't just speaking to Ermit and Melly but also to himself. This was the path Mika wanted and needed to walk. I won't forget. I'll always remember. After listening to Mika, Ermit and Melly both nodded firmly. Mika smiled, turned around, and softly said amidst the flying ashes, "Well, let's call it a day. Let's go home, Ermit, Melly." "Yes, let's go home." Ermit and Melly exchanged glances and smiled in response. That day, Mika, Ermit and Melly returned home unusually early in the afternoon, which was unbelievable to others. Usually, they spent so much time in the dungeon that they only returned when it was nearly dark. The last time they came back so early was when they first entered the dungeon. Come to think of it, you three have only wandered around Orario briefly when you first arrived. The rest of the time has been in the dungeon. Let's take a rare break. Yahweh said after hearing about Mika, Ermit and Melly's experiences. Even Mika, who was obsessed with training, didn't refuse. He knew that the mental stress of killing someone for the first time was significant. In his previous life, many soldiers retired from the military due to mental issues after their first kill. Worried about Ermit and Melly's mental state, Mika readily accepted the idea of relaxation. After all, girls tend to overthink, right? So, for the following week, the 4 members of the Yahweh Familia roamed Orario. Unlike when they first arrived, they now had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth, enough to spend freely for a while. Although none of them were the type to splurge. After a week of rest, Ermit and Melly recovered their spirits. The trio, regaining their momentum, immediately dove back into the dungeon. After experiencing life and death combat, Mika, Ermit and Melly became more decisive and their swordsmanship sharper. Thus, in another month of exploration on the 9th floor, they ventured further into the dungeon, reaching the 10th floor. Even the 10th floor didn't pose a significant obstacle to the trio. Another month passed. In this manner, Mika and his companions advanced to the 12th floor, the deepest part of the upper levels, in just 3 months. And it was at this point that Mika's abilities finally reached their limit. Name, Mika. Level, LV.1. Ability scores. Strength, A899. Endurance, S993 S994. Dexterity, S924. Agility, S912. Magic, A871 A874. Magic, Heavenly Fire, Catastrophe. Skill, Danger Sense. It's almost at the limit. Yahweh shook her head as she looked at the paper detailing Mika's ability scores. Then, she looked at Mika seriously and said, "We need to prepare for your level up." Mika silently nodded. He had been prepared for this level up, knowing that he had trained for a year and a half longer than Ermit and Melly. Even if his training efficiency over that period was only equivalent to half a year of theirs, Mika had spent a total of 17 months training. This includes 6 months in the Demon Slayer world and 11 months in this world. Looks like my talent isn't top-notch, but it's still pretty good, Mika said with a grin. It's average. Without Melly's magic, it would have been tough for you to raise your ability scores to S level. Well, you're right. Mika was well aware of his physical limitations. Compared to races like the Beastmen and Amazons, who had exceptional physical talents, humans were indeed average. Apart from a few geniuses, it was nearly impossible for humans to reach S level in basic ability scores at LV.1. But that was only at LV.1. As levels increased and the body evolved, humans would no longer be inferior to other races in various talents at higher levels. Mika was able to catch up to other races at lower levels thanks to his 2 significant advantages, Melly's potential enhancing magic and the additional training time from his world hopping. Mika, do you want to stay at LV.1 a bit longer? Your endurance and magic still have potential for improvement, and your other scores might continue to rise, Melly suggested after Mika completed his ability update. Mika was taken aback but quickly rejected Melly's suggestion. Although this world was the world of Danmachi, it didn't mean that divine blessings would be his most crucial power system in the future. Mika, who could traverse different worlds, didn't need to reach the peak of the divine blessing system. Outside of Danmachi, there were various other systems. Therefore, Mika needed to visit more worlds, experience more power systems, and find the one that suited him best. Or perhaps combine multiple systems to create the path most suitable for him. This is enough. The divine blessing system in Danmachi world wasn't like a cultivation system that required perfection. If maxing out all ability scores would significantly boost combat power, Mika wouldn't hesitate to stay longer at LV.1. But the reality was that the gains from such extended effort were negligible compared to the time spent. Alright, if that's your decision, we have no objections. Melly and Ermid walked over to Mika, and Melly asked seriously, so, are we preparing for your level up? That's right. Mika replied with a smile, it's time to achieve a great feat. After deciding to level up, Mika began considering suitable monsters for his feat. Soon, Mika determined the ideal monster for his feat, the infant dragon. Infant dragons only appeared on the 11th and 12th floors and were very rare. According to the guild's statistics, there were only about 5 infant dragons across both floors. Despite spending a month on the 11th floor, Mika and his companions hadn't encountered one yet. Though they lived on the upper floors, infant dragons were exceptionally powerful even among LV.2 monsters. They were stronger than the elite mid-level monsters like minotaurs, though Bell considered them weaker. He faced a minotaur trained by Otter and wielding adventurer weapons, making it incomparable. Hence, infant dragons were known as mini-floor bosses on the upper floors. Mika believed there was no more suitable monster for his feat in the upper floors. As for venturing to the middle floors, Mika hadn't even considered it. The middle floors were true hell compared to the upper floors. Only the top LV.1 adventurers or many LV.2 adventurers hunted monsters there. They hadn't ventured to the middle floors because they weren't confident they could survive. Choosing the infant dragon, hey? It's the best choice in the upper floors, but it's hard to find. Melly said with a helpless expression after hearing Mika's decision. Don't worry, if we keep looking, we'll find one eventually, Ermid comforted. Hearing Ermid's reassurance, Melly laughed before Mika could respond, indeed, we just need to search thoroughly. We can run the whole time, ignoring other monsters. Running the whole time will test our reflexes. No worries, we can do it. Listening to Ermid and Melly's discussion, Mika smiled widely. Yahweh, noticing this, jumped up and hooked her arm around Mika's neck, pulling him close to Ermid and Melly. Let's plan our next actions carefully. Yahweh exclaimed happily. The next morning, walking on the deserted road, Mika, Ermid, and Melly headed briskly towards Babel Tower. After last night's discussion, they hadn't come up with a feasible plan, as everything depended on the appearance of the infant dragon. Without encountering it, any plan would be futile. Just as they arrived at the base of Babel Tower, they were drawn to the crowd gathered around the bulletin board. What's happening now? Before Mika and his companions could think further, the information from the bulletin board reached their ears from the surrounding crowd. Ace Wallenstein of the Loki Familia killed an infant dragon and leveled up to LV.2. She took only a year, breaking the record of Hera Familia's Althea, who took a year and a month. Wow, Althea's record was broken. She was a prodigy. I heard Ace Wallenstein is only 8 years old. What a monster! Hearing the constant chatter, Mika and his companions were momentarily stunned. Ace Wallenstein, that's the blonde girl who follows 9 hells, right? Ermid asked Melly curiously, knowing that Melly had been frequenting the Loki Familia to learn magic from Riveria. Yes, that's her. Melly smiled proudly, recalling how she recognized Ace's talent early on. Ace, hey! Memorizing the bulletin's content, Mika turned seriously and said, let's go, our adventure begins now. Living in the same era, Mika didn't want to be left behind. He, too, would achieve a great feat.
Thanks for listening.